Here right now, a few minutes late. Just had to make my coffee. I was just walking the dog and then making my coffee, which I kind of did in the wrong order. I should have set the water to boil, then walked the dog, and then come on inside, and that's not what happened. Oh, just struggling to get back into bed. I didn't realise I was late. I knew I was pushing it for time, but I didn't think I was actually late. Let me just get in. Blankets, quilts. Tina's not in yet. She's still at the bottom of the bed doing whatever Tina messes about with at this time of night, getting a drink of water and stuff. Oh, give me a second. It doesn't feel bright enough. What's... Okay. That's the light on the brightest set. Does it feel dim because I've just been outside. Like I said, bringing my coffee in. Maybe it's too bright in my eyes, so it makes me unable to see what I'm looking at. I don't know, folks, but I have just been messing outside and dog walking and stuff, so I'm just gonna do a quick hand wash. Soapy water, hand wash, break down the cell walls of anything nasty, and then if it doesn't dry quick enough, I'll have a quick wipe with the towel. But here we go. I'm here. We're 2 minutes in already. Tina's still down there. Are you waiting to come up? I think she's looking at me. I think because I'm talking to you. I don't think she's ready yet. She will signal me, I assume, in due course. Oh, I've got things plugged in. I screwed up big time this morning, peoples of the interwebs. I turned the my fridge freezer, the camping fridge freezer, the car fridge freezer thing. I turned it on, and I settled into a live stream from Phil, Mr. Egg Thailand, who was in chat a day or two ago, and I got so engrossed in his spiel that I didn't turn the bloody fridge freezer back off again. So I woke up in the morning with the EcoFlow on something like 60%, and before I knew it, I'm down to like 22. And it wasn't a sunny day. In fact, not only was it not a sunny day, it was a bloody cloudy day. And I gained almost nothing back all day. I'm currently on 23% on the EcoFlow. And that's with the phone on about 20%, 22 apparently. The tablet is charged. So through the day I was able, with the trickle of charge that was coming in, I think I've explained before, anything less than 15 or 16 watts coming in doesn't charge the EcoFlow. But it passes it through and it's available on the USB ports. So I've been able to keep the tablets and things charged, but the phone is a real beast for using up the power. It only lasts 6 or 7 hours on a charge, with 6 or 7 hours with the screen on, doing videos or whatever, watching whatever I'm doing. So I've got 23% in the EcoFlow. Let me convert that into actual watt hours. Let's call it a quarter. Let's call it 25%. 25% of 250. Oh God, there's one. 250% of 25. That's the same thing. It's 50, 70, 75 watt hours, isn't it? Is it? Oh, that can't be right. No, 25, 25 and 12. 50, 60, 62, 63 watt hours. You know that you can reverse, when you're doing a percentage of a number, so instead of doing, I don't know, 10% of 200, you can do 200% of 10. They come out the same. It's a multiplication thing. Anyway, that's what I just did there, and I did it in the most awkward way possible because why not? Anyway, I'm kind of going to be screwed, I think, tonight. I think the EcoFlow is going to run out. More worrying than the fact that the EcoFlow is going to run out tonight is that tomorrow is going to be cloudy and maybe even rainy all day. It's a 20-30% chance each hour of rain, but that's Tina girl. Hey, what are we doing? Why am I hearing noise? Maybe that's her signaling, folks. Give me a second. She might be ready to get back up on the bed. Here she is. I think so. Hey, baby. Hey. Can I come in? Are you going to hop up? Yeah, the big hoik with the collar. Oh, big hoik. Hey, babe, I got you. It's okay. I know. I don't like dragging around by the neck, but what else can I do? What else can a daddy do? Hey, you're a big girl. 35 kilos. There's no easy way to move you around, is there? Let's put these quilts and blankets back on. Hold on. I am now sat on top of my pillow, which that is suboptimal. That's not the way that we do things. Oh, and there's a pillow going spare. Which one? Oh, it's the Christmas cushion. 1 year, folks. I had 2 of these. I think I still have. I don't know where the other one is. These were the only Christmas trees I had 1 year. I know. Please do get the fiddle out and get the violin out and play me a tune. But where was I? Oh yeah, I fucked up on the power. So I've got 23% on the EcoFlow. The phone is currently doing as well as doing the camera thing, it's also the internet connection. So it's going to use even more power than normal. I may, after, maybe as soon as we finish this stream, I may have to whip the SIM card out of there and put it into the tablet. The tablet will last 10 hours on a charge, and it is almost 90% charged. And a full charge of the tablet from scratch is about 10% of the EcoFlow. It's got a good size, you know, you can see it's a big device. What is it? It's a Samsung A9. All my devices are Samsung. It's not bad for a tramp, is it? All gifted by people. No funny business. I'm not here deceiving or whatever, which some people accuse me of every now and again. Let me have a quick. I'm gonna have a look in. I'm gonna have a look. Okay, there's me saying the begging bowl is out. Okay, yeah. Will he nod off again? I didn't. I was finishing look, hot coffee. Can I show you hot coffee? I have got. I mean, there is a can of beer on the go, but there is just steam. Yeah, I saw steam. I don't know if you did. There's hot coffee. There's 2 hot coffees. I was walking the dog and grabbing coffees. And bringing EcoFlows over and wires and power bank. This could end up being really important tonight. This is from my mate Joby. After some other things, we ended up swapping a power bank once upon a time. I lent him mine while I charged his, and then he disappeared and things were weird. And then he got flooded where he was and things got broken. But he has kind of repaid me a power bank later on. So thank you, Joby, for coming through and making things, balancing things up. Then again, I did give him a tent and a sleeping bag and some other stuff. Will he nod off again? Oscar says hello, mate. Super enriched Oscar says hello, mate. Hello. Smithy says evening, everyone. I was at 21:07. That was just as I was arriving, I think. Been a sunny day. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, forecast for rain. I've got a week of cloudy, sometimes rainy, and some high wind days ahead. I don't know. It's not easy to show you this. I haven't really got a screen sharing app for showing you some of this stuff. I've also got this thing bitching at me because I've still not. I did move a couple of gigabytes over to the external hard drive, but then I forgot I had flood running in the background and I had some new stuff downloaded. We won't talk about that too much. Obviously, things are reversed, folks. Things are reversed, but I don't know if you can see. There's not much in the way of sun in that particular week. It's sun with cloud. It's rain with cloud. It's wind. A little bit of sun. I think it looks like at the end of the week. Let me have a quick look myself. Oh, okay. It's mainly rain at the end of the week. So from next Wednesday evening onwards, it's all rain. Oh, thunder and lightning has now appeared. Oh, that's new. Oh, that's good news, isn't it? When you've got a tent that's on the brink of falling apart and has got the rips and things in, a little bit of thunder and lightning and high wind is just what you expect. If you want to have a look for yourself, just type in Torrevieja, the same as it's spelled in my username, Torrevieja space weather. A space, not the word space. The nights are getting warmer though. I have noticed that I've stopped kind of putting my jumper on in an evening. Now whether that's just me adjusting to the temperature or whether that's the weather. Okay. It's a fucking you see what I did there? I'm like a poet. I rhymed weather with weather. Whether it's the weather. That's like my fucking poem about knots, isn't it? Is it a knot or is it not? I'm not sure. Okay, don't shush. Don't start judging my poetry. Shut up. Where were we? That's not why you came. Weather, Torrevieja. No sun, EcoFlow, no power. Is anybody out there? Here's a question. Do motorbikes have a... I know it sounds daft, the cigarette lighter question, but the motor vehicle power distribution port, do motorbikes have a 12-volt socket, a 12-volt output? I have a specific reason for asking, but let me ask. Voice search stopped because no disk space. The fuck? How much disk space does it take? Do motorcycles have 12-volt output, or what do you want to call it? Not 12-volt batteries. They obviously have a fucking car battery type thing. 12-volt outlet, yeah. You're running low on storage. Yeah, I'm quite aware. You don't have to tell me. Oh, I'm so low on storage that the internet stopped working. How does that happen? Yes, some bikes have a cigarette lighter port, said Oscar, super enriched. Oh, Zami, hello Zami. Oh, Hannah, I didn't see you there. Hello, Mike and Tina. I haven't done the Tina hellos yet. I've only just hiked her up into bed, or onto and into. She's only with the width of 2 mattresses. I mean, we're basically on the floor, but we've got a bed frame that's about 3 inches, and then it's 2 mattresses, one on the other, and the internet works well enough to do like the autocomplete when you're typing shit in, but not well enough to bring up an answer. That's Google trying to insist that they can spy on you with shit. What do they need disk space for? I know there'd be a temporary cache of a search result and what have you, but that doesn't feel... Well, how much disk space have I got? Okay, okay, all right, I'll take it back. I have got 524 kilobytes. Half a meg. I've got less than a floppy disk. I've got a third of a floppy disk of disk space. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? What can I do? What can I do? I know what's taking up the space, but I can't move it until I've finished downloading it. Oh, let's have a quick look. I need to move a gigabyte or 10. Okay, there's 2 seasons of something that I can move now. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Do you want to watch? I'll do this live if you like. external hard drive, just taken out of a doggy poo bag because waterproof. Uh, uh, Normal USB socket, OTG adapter. Do we know OTG? I keep explaining OTG. This is how you can connect normal USB things like keyboards, mice, external hard drives. Give it an adapter. In this case, it's USB-C on the other side because my tablets and phone are USB-C. Connect those two together. Connect those to here. I have to be careful. Like, there's a bit of a loose connection when I do this, and hard drives are a bit funny about dodgy connections. You can break the you don't break the hard drive physically, but you can break the file system. The file system is the word I was just looking for. Okay, I'm going to move these 2 seasons of this thing over to the hard drive. Cut to clipboard, move over, and external hard drive. Where's that hiding at? Okay, you just navigate. Oh yeah, I'm already there. Navigate to your external hard drive and your file system. Pick a folder to put it in. I'm using a thing called Total Commander. That's good, a good tool for browsing files and things. I've got a folder called Films, which is not correct in this instance, but let me do new folder. The series I'm copying is called Ghosts UK, or well, it is the UK version, so I'll add that. I'm into the, no, I've created the Ghost folder. Now I long press paste here to move. This will free up about 4 gigs, I hope, and we'll be back in action. Suddenly the internet will work on the tablet. OTG cable, folks, on the go. Either a cable or a little adapter like I just had. That's the magic word. Let's think. Stuff that you can then connect to your phone or tablet. Pen drives, external hard drives, not SIM card, SD card readers, and stuff. External keyboards, external mice, loads of other stuff. If it's USB, it can probably connect to your phone or tablet. So imagine using your tablet. If you've got a big 12-incher, I'm talking about your tablet, guys. Stop. But if you've got a nice big 12-incher, it's nice to connect maybe a keyboard or a mouse or both if you get a wireless one and the USB dongle. Then you can sit there and use your tablet with a keyboard and mouse. All sorts of possibilities. OTG on the go. That's what those are. I'm just waiting. It's taking a little bit longer than I thought. I'm only on 60%. I'll keep talking. I'll scroll if I can. I just have to be careful not to move this too much. Frank, hello, my friend. Frank contacted me in the middle of the night a few days ago, and I haven't been able to get back to him since because time zones. I tend to fall asleep around 4 or 5 in the morning for some reason, and those late evening for him are probably better because he's not at work. If I contacted him in my afternoon, I'd be waking him up out of bed. I don't want to be knocking him up, not getting him pregnant. Get up. But yeah, Frank says, yeah, thermal cameras, yeah, anything like that. No ashtray on the motorbike, this is true. But yes, to a cigarette lighter, or I still call it a cigarette lighter because I'm an old fart. But yeah, I believe they are called automotive power distribution ports. I think that is the I'm never gonna use that in normal everyday language. Oh, important, folks. External USB drives and pen drives and things, if you do connect them to a device, never just pull them out when you're finished. Computers go through a system called mounting and unmounted. They mount the device, even when it's connected and they go through a system of being usable. So they call that mounting the drive. And when you finish, they have to unmount. If you just pull the power out willy-nilly, you get so let's describe quickly how a file system works. When you make a change, it makes a note of what the current, like the file that you're changing, let's say. It makes a note of it before, and then when it's finished, it makes a note after. And the two tables, it keeps two copies of a table, a file allocation table, it used to be called. There are different words, but this is the, so it says, hey, we're about to make a change, and then at the end, it says, hey, look now, and these two copies match. If you pull the power out and it's in the middle of doing something, it can make a note that one's changed, and if it doesn't complete the process because you pulled the power, these two tables don't match, and it says error and doesn't let you. Remember, I had like 9 months or a year or something where I couldn't use my external hard drive. As soon as I connected the damn thing to a computer, computers used to pop up and say, hey, there's an error here, do you want me to fix it? Tablets and phones don't do that. Android's not great. I connected it to a computer and the computer just fixed it. It didn't even ask me, it just fixed it. So never, long story short, when you're finished, look for an option somewhere, and in here it's in the notifications, USB storage added. I click a drop down and I click unmount. And that tells the phone or tablet, hey, I'm finished. No, finish off any changes that are halfway through and kind of disconnect that device. And then once you've done that and it says, yes, disconnected or unmounted, then you can pull it out. Never, this is the same with computers, never just unplug a pen drive. Now I think that means I've made a couple of changes here. I'm hoping, let me bring up the file manager again and see how much disk space I've got. It says over 1.7 gig free now, 1.8 almost. Now hopefully, what was the Google search I was doing? It was the 12 volt motorbike thing, wasn't it? I don't need to know now because it's already been answered by my clever technical family here. I'm just going to type it in anyway. Motorcycle 12 volt outlet. That's all I'm going to call it because okay. Okay, here's the question. Do they have? Motorbikes typically do not come standard with a 12 volt power outlet, so charging your phone or GPS can be a pain. Oh, and then someone says, let's fix that, shall we? And there's a wiring guide on Instructables. So yeah, it sounds like maybe some higher end. But then again, the motorcycle I'm thinking of, or the motorcyclist I'm thinking of, it's a BMW. So, you know, if higher end ones come with something, it's probably going to be there. Hey Tom, if you're out there. I could find myself literally powerless, devoid of electricity in the next few hours. So, you know, looking at options. Let me... okay, Tommy Tombstone, happy Sunday evening to all. Good old disk utility, says Frank. Do you remember some of the oh man, do I remember the names of some of the disk utilities? Windows 3.0, there was one called Doctor something or other, Doctor. Well, there was Disk Doctor, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Doctor, it's not Dr. Snuggles. That's a friend of the animals. Yeah, anyway, before all those Symantec and McAfee and all of those other guys. I guess McAfee probably was around back then. John McAfee? Do you go McAfee or McAfee? I'm not sure the pronunciation. Dead now, isn't he? Allegedly. Allegedly. And he did not commit suicide. He's on Epstein Island or he's on wherever the prisoner was. Port Merion? He's wherever they hide people who need to disappear forever and never be seen again. John McAfee did not kill himself. A bike with an ashtray is inherently funny whether or not it exists. It's even funnier because a guy got arrested in America over dropping cigarette ash from his cigarette. Not for throwing the cigarette on the ground, but for flicking the ash. Some tosser of a copper arrested him. I got to get on with drinking this, folks. I was a little shy on water, so I kept the other one full, and I went 3/4 on this, and then I topped it up with cold so that I could drink it sooner. Yeah, it's just at the right drinkable temperature, maybe a little bit under. I know how you guys are. You see, I have got the tripod. I have got the tripod of 3 full beer cans. I got the can that I was already on, and I've got the one that was supposed to be for during this stream. This one's almost empty, the one there. But I know how you guys are with me and booze. Let me introduce my girl. Oh, I've got to put it back that way, but then I've got to put a light on. So yeah, I got coffee. Hey babe, are you still on the bed? You okay? You are kind of on the bed still. She has a fascination, folks. Do you see that to the... I don't know if you can see. Mattress ends here. This green line is like the edge of the mattress. She has a fascination for the gutter, as I call it, down the side. There is a quilt there because she uses it so much. I put a quilt there for her. But up this end, it's my stuff. My towel and my fly spray and some other bits and pieces. She just has a fascination for this... Not the mattress. I wake up. She woke me up this morning, and she was whimpering like hell. Let me put the camera back on me just for a second. She woke me up this morning. I don't know. I'd only just got to sleep, and there was a whimper. And I didn't know. Did she want water? Did she need a walkies? Was there something going on, toileting wise or whatever? No, she was just stuck in that channel. And she wanted me to haul her out of there. Let me put the camera back on, and we'll just say hello to Tina, everyone, okay? Hey Tina. Oh, you trying to go back? I'm sorry, babe. The peoples. We're talking to the peoples, and they wanted to say hello. You know how much the peoples love Tina girl, eh? Almost as much as me. The peoples love you. We won't disturb you too much tonight, sweetheart, okay? We just got a few people that want to say hello. All right, there you go, babe. Frank says hello. Let me leave her alone. She doesn't like the light. It does disturb her. Back to me. I'll put her back on again a little later, but I might not be here too long tonight, folks. I have a power distribution problem. Thanks to fucking up, I messed up this morning first thing. 29% now on the phone. How much have we knocked down? We're down to 21 on the EcoFlow. We were on 23, I believe, at the start. So 2% has gone, and I've done that. It's only added 10% to the phone. Reminds me of a dog I had growing up. She would sleep between the mattress frame and wall in my parents' bedroom. It was a waterbed frame. Oh, that could get a bit awkward depending on spacing. Tina's just... I wake up in the night sometimes and she'll have gone to sleep like with the head up here next to me, alongside me. Like we're a married couple or something, spooning. We sometimes spoon. And I wake up in the night and she's either lying horizontal alongside me, or at the bottom where my feet are, she's trying to lay across the bottom of my feet. Oh, David says hello, Tina. David Schofield says hello. Yeah. They've met. David's been here. Yeah, she can be. Sometimes she'll lay. I wake up and she's moved 180 degrees and she's just got her head like off the bottom of the bed, like a front. Bugger for putting a front paws on the floor at the bottom of the bed, and If she does it on top of the covers, if she wriggles out and gets on, she'll pull the covers down and onto the floor. And when it's rained, the floor down there can be a bit wet. I don't want my bedding wet. I don't want my dog on the wet floor either, to be fair, but she has a little bit of autonomy, but not too much. I will just grab the back. You know, I have to move her around physically a lot, pick her up and carry her, and when I just hoik her off the floor onto the bed, I'm dragging her by her collar. It's a good sturdy leather collar. It's a little loose on the neck, and it's a very physical. When your dog is disabled, it's not ideal. I don't like doing it, but what else can you do? But she's a bugger for going off the side of the bed one way or the other, or for just laying across it. I go to sleep on my side here, so I'm laying on my left side, and she's behind me at that point, and she'll push her ass into me, which it's kind of a nice cuddle to begin with, but then she'll push and push and push, and pretty soon there's no fucking room for me in my own bed. Bugger lugs. You gotta love her, but she can be a pain in the ass sometimes. Or a pain in the back. I can wake up with the most incredible backache sometimes because of how she's pushing me. But that and the fact that the mattress has got a big dip in the middle, and you know, it's time for me to acquire a new mattress. If I could walk around the bins enough and find one. Or if a friend with a car could go off and find me a new mattress. Find it, we put it out in the sun 3 days on one side, 3 days on the other, let the ultraviolet and the ozone do its thing, and then I'll risk it. Yeah. Cats are famous for the love of a cardboard box and fruit bowls. Yeah, there are some interesting videos online of cats squeezing into the tiniest of places. Car engines sometimes. Yeah, when people start reporting that funny smell coming from their car. No, that's not good. There's people who like the mattress gutter as well, I guess. It takes all sorts. I'm just going to scroll back and see if I've missed anybody. I don't think I have. Oh, do you know what I haven't done, folks? Live chat, all messages, display all messages. So, folks, by default, when you've got chat, and when you watch a live stream, you have to have chat open. That's where the action is. I'm going to be talking to people. I do my best to read out their messages and respond. Every now and again I might not, and I'll just answer their question. It's a bad habit I have, but it happens. So you want to have chat open, whether you're here now live or whether you're watching this on a replay or on demand, however you want to word it. You want to have chat open. By default, YouTube hides 10, 15, 20% of messages. I guess it depends on the language used by people. I have all of the filtering turned off except for a couple of specific words that I hide, including my real name. By default, some messages get hidden. You want to go into the options above chat. Sometimes it's a cog, sometimes it's one of those 3-line burger menus, and you want to set it to, on mine here right now, the options are top chat. That's the default. Some messages such as potential spam may not be visible. That's not ideal. You want live chat, all messages are visible. Or you can turn chat off and hide all chat messages, but I don't recommend that. So live chat, all messages are visible. We're 35 minutes in almost, and I haven't introduced the channel for anyone who has dropped in at random and is wondering what's happening. I am Delta Mike, the eponymous hero of this channel. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Well, that's a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. I almost forgot my lines there. A person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who sleeps rough, lives rough, sleeps rough. Perhaps on the streets, in my case, in a field, and for the last 2.5 years in a tent in the field. That was a time when there was no tent. There was a time when there was nothing. It was just me in a bedroll. And then later I built a shelter out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin, which obviously had a concave roof to begin with. Then I got some big sticks that I could bend over and tie into an arch. Firstly, hammer some stakes into the ground, tie the sticks to the stakes, bend them over, tie two bent branches together, form an arch. Suddenly I had a convex roof instead of concave. I built a bed, twice actually. Well, twice under that shelter. Yeah, things developed. The first day in the field, it flooded and everyone was wiped out. No electronics, no lights, no computers, no phones, no nothing. By being careful with things people donate to me, I've built up. And by having really generous friends and, once I got online, supporters on here, I've built up. And I've got an EcoFlow River 2. I've got a Samsung Galaxy Flip 4, maybe? I think it's a bendable phone. It folds, folks. It's fucking... if you do that, it turns off. It off, not just screen off. Usually you got to reconnect it to a power supply to turn it on. I got one of those. I have, somewhere here we go. I have a Galaxy Tab A9, I think it's called. That's a tablet. That's the flip. This is the tab. What else have I got? I got electric lights above my head. I've got an electric light over there that's lighting us up. I've got an electric fan. I've got, believe it or not, a camping fridge freezer. I have an electric slow cooker. I've got a solar panel outside to power all of this, but that broke 2 weeks ago now. That's an issue that I've got to cover, and I have had some very generous people give me way too much money, and I did have to refund 1.5 of them. If you're out there, hello. Thank you, but let's keep it sensible. I do have a donate link, folks, at the top of the page, the top of the screen there, top of the chat for you. It's at the top of the screen for me. But I have had people donate more, like a single donation that was about the cost of a flexible, what do they call them, polycarbonate solar panel. It looks like I can get one that meets my needs for about 55 euros, and I had 2 people donate 50 odd each, and that's too much. I've got a little bit of cash left over from kind of the Christmas period, and I have had some donations in the interim, specifically because solar panel. So I don't need big donations to cover the entire thing. Actually, I've had 3 donations from people to cover the entire thing. One of whom did it in the full knowledge that it would cover the entire... So when a donation is in the full knowledge, you need 2 panels, Delta Mike. It's arguable. The EcoFlow River 2 has a hard limit of 110 watts. And a 100-watt solar panel will hit 110 at times. I've had it hit overload in the past. The one I've got is now, was a big glass one that where the glass is smashed. It's now operating about 50% of its usual. So on a day when I would be expecting 70 or 80 watts, I'm getting 30, 35 typically. Occasionally tops out in the high 40s. And that's going to drop because the glass is broken and the damp's going to get in. It's not even going to work at that level for long. On a dull overcast day, 2 in well, either series or parallel, I'm not sure. I'd have to look again at the specs. It gets complicated. Well, it gets more complicated once you've got more. And either, if I put them in parallel, I'm going to need a new cable to connect two in parallel. If you operate them in series, I need a new cable to go between the two, do I? No, if they come with a cable, that'll work, won't it? Leave the negative of one and the positive of the other. No, because it's XT60. No, I'd need a new fancy cable to make it all work. Yeah. Anyway, well, what I'm saying is donations are welcome. Nothing over the top, folks. Don't be trying to, don't be trying to make me into a multimillionaire. I'm not. I'm not Mr. Beast. I'm not Nick Ricator. I'm not Asmongold. I'm a tramp in a field. My needs are minimal. I survive on what? I used to survive on under €20 a month. I have become a bit more extravagant, folks. Bit more extravagant in more recent times. And eco. I bought the EcoFar. I bought the fridge freezer thing. I bought the solar panel with help from friends. Help as in a loan, which I paid back. You get the idea. A lot of my stuff still comes from around the bins, brought to me by other people. I don't get out and about anymore. Disabled dog. It's not that I don't get out entirely. I don't get out much. So going around the bins, scavenging for food and other resources doesn't happen as often. And I am a man of slightly more substantial means now. That food from bins it's not as bad as it sounds. It's not always as bad as it sounds. I used to feed Tina from the bins at times. We used to steal food from the cat. There are little cat, not sanctuaries, what's the word I'm looking for? Little feeding points where they'll put food out for cats. We used to go there for water for Tina, and she'd occasionally have a little rifle through their food. Never too much from any one colony, cat colony they call them. They catch and release. Rather than putting the stray cats down or taking them off and off to sanctuary, off to the alberg, what's another word for alberg? I'm stuck in Spanish, folks. Like the dog pound, but with cats. Rather than taking them off there, they catch them, they spay them, and they release them and set up specific feeding and watering points for them. So they don't get to breed and multiply as much, and but they don't have to be put down along the pier of the lighthouse. Yeah, they do. They're all over the place, and I like the idea. But when I was at my lowest, when would that be? Was it the second Christmas? I think it was the second Christmas. I had turned down. Here was the pisser. See. Okay. So if people donate too much, I turn them down. If I donate and I don't need it, the lady down the road that I call Morticia, long dark hair, quite pretty, a little bit older, but she won't come near. She's frightened of Tina, even though Tina can't move now. So when she's walking past sometimes, she'll put a note on the floor, money, and put a stone over it, and then shout me, call me out. And she did it the other day, and I was saying, no, I was like, no, tengo suficiente. I've got enough. I've got enough for now. And she'd already walked off, and I couldn't get her to take it back. When I've got enough, I do kind of, especially the in-person donations. You lot that are out there and that might be more rich, I'll take your money. As long as it's not too much, don't be giving me like €100 donation for a new solar panel when I can get a solar panel for 55 or €60. I turn those down. I refund either all or in part. But I'm talking myself out of money here, aren't I? I can hear myself. I did have, like through Christmas and New Year, I said don't give me any. I said I had enough, but then when it started running out, I did put the links back again and started accepting donations. Then I had the panel break, which was a minor catastrophe. Let's face it, it's a big. Having power is a big part of modern life, and ever since I got that 18, 20, 22 months ago, whenever it was, it's almost 2 years, I think, when I got the solar panel on the EcoFlow. That was a major uptick in my life. Prior to that, I had these 2 tiny solar panels and I was struggling just to keep a phone powered. Now I'm powering lights and fridges and, you know, in the summer, a fucking big old fan. The fridge freezer thing's going to be this summer is going to be a tremendous change, as long as I've got a solar panel to take advantage of the extra daylight, the extra power that the. At the minute, I'm in a bit of a. I think I have enough to get the panel, and I could have had even more, but I refunded it. It's always the delivery question, because the address of the man in the tent in the field opposite the Repsol garage. There's not even a Spanish word properly for field. Campo is kind of countryside or you know, out in the open. It's as close as I get. And would the man in the blue tent, what if someone else comes and sets up a tent somewhere nearby? Gets awkward. There were other people here. There is another guy over the back of the trees here somewhere. I hear him coughing all night long. It's a smoker. Seen him picking up the stubbies off the floor, picking up the fag butts. For any foreign... God. We've got any Americans in the house. Fag means cigarette. Shush. Don't be reporting me at fucking Google, YouTube, stroke Google, same company. Don't be reporting me for saying fag. Cigarette. God, I got a message stopped for faggots the other day, literally on a post about meatballs. What can you do? I know I say all the words, but sometimes I say them and I don't even mean them in that context. Anyway, I'm doing all right. My solar panel being broken. I couldn't, for example, put my slow cooker on and cook a meal through electric currently. And if I stayed with this solar panel, I couldn't do that this summer, even with the longer days and the brighter sunlight. So I do have to get another solar panel. It will probably be to replace this one. It won't be to run both at once, whether in series or in parallel, especially in summer when a single panel is going to be more than enough. Does that mean I put this panel to one side and I can pull it out next winter? So like a day like today that had a little bit of brightness but not enough. I was drawing sometimes as low as 12 or 13 watts. At max today, I think we hit like 25. So a day like that, a second panel, even one only running at 50%, even it would have been better than nothing, wouldn't it? But it complicates the wiring. XT60 connector, XT60i technically, I think. But 2 panels, it gets more complex. Yeah, it would need some kind of adapter either way, wouldn't it? But they use catch and release here. With a Humane Society here too, says Frank. Frank is in Vermont, right at the northern tip, right at the north of the US, on the border with Canada. with a lake in between. It's not a land border as such, but that's where Frank is. How's the weather there at the minute? Is it cold still? You're still in like the -20s and stuff. Um, Parallel be easiest. You still need an adapter because of the XT60 connector, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 2 panels in low light. Yeah, you're right. It would bring in more power, but then I'd have to unclip one of them as soon as it got out sunny again. There'd be a lot of, and the MC4 connectors. You got to have good fingernails to get in and get those click click unclick. But there are tools available, but I lose tools. I still not found my fucking wire strippers. I had a little tool, I call it my toolkit. It was a carrier bag, a shopping bag. The flimsy plastic white shopping bag. But it had everything in it. It had a couple of little screwdrivers. It had pliers. It had wire strippers, wire cutter stroke strippers. It had a few bits of wire and the little car, the blade connector things. Is that what they're called? Like when I bought a 12-volt cigarette socket, the female cigarette lighter, and I had to wire it up. You just slide, you get the wires and the little kind of blade connector things. I don't know if that's the right term. It's what I'm going to call them. The fuses are called blade fuses on car stuff, aren't they? So I think that's what I'm going to call it. Rightly or wrongly, because I'm not the technical people. The people like Frank and the others here that come from Big Clive and Scruff Dog, Farmer, people like that. These guys are far more technical on the physical stuff, the spanners and screwdrivery. Sorry, Frank. I don't know how else to say it, mate. Mechanical and electrical engineering kind of people. I haven't even got the terminology. Technical family is what I'm going to say because of Big Clive and Scruff Dog. Self-piercing wire connector. That sounds like a crimper. Not so much. I don't have crimpy kind of stuff. Internal parts of many things that make the world go round. Yeah, people who deal with all of that stuff. I was computer programmery. I wired up computers. I built computers and sold them and then taught people how to use them. I programmed. Programming is my big thing. I somehow took a sidestep into web. Would you say web design, web development? Design's not really the right term, although I did learn things along the way. I was a putting things together kind of guy. Take stuff that already existed and make it function. And when a customer came and said, hey, I need something that does this, I could pick the off-the-shelf parts, put them together. When it needed a bit of finagling data, if you've got a WordPress database and you needed it transitioning to Joomla, I was your guy. Wrote the tools myself to do the job in the early days. Later on, other people did better versions and we went with that. Built security stuff that if someone was trying to hack your website, detected it and blocked every future access from them. That was me. I'm that kind of technical in the. I'm not spanner, screwdriver, fucking. You know what I mean? I don't know what a flange is, for example, although it sounds rude. Some some of you guys are all about the sprockets and the gears and the ignition spark plug. Never even put petrol in a car, folks, because I don't drive, never did, and so never had to. Not technical in that way, but revisions and modifications to design after a flaw detected, it's tough. It's even worse when you've dealt with a problem, and then the creators, developers, designers reintroduce the same fucking defect later. In coding, that's really common. That you report a problem, they fix it, and then in the next release after the fix, they've kind of backported some other code two designers working alongside each other, like some developers working alongside each other. Somebody fixes the problem of the first guy, and then the first guy makes another update and reintroduces the same. But yeah, with hardware, it's probably even more of an issue. Like I said, I was software and wetware. The Mark 1 computer, folks. The Mark 1 fucking computer. This part doesn't look like the old one. Yeah. But as long as they screw together and work. As long as it's the plastic end on it's got a different colour or the different thread on not thread, but the different head of the Phillips head versus slot head or whatever on a screw or a bolt or whatever. Yeah. I like it when it depends what day it's made, what component it came with. Yeah, tracking part numbers and batch numbers and stuff must be a ball ache in your line. I don't know how much to say on that. Your particular company get a lot of stick over what can you call it? Yeah, when parts aren't kind of universal, when they make something exclusive to themselves, and I don't know whether you want to name the company. I'm not going to name them in public, but it's up to you whether you want to say or not. But yeah, I know you get a lot of grief about certain things. We're not going to go down that road. No. Software and wetware. Wetware is the physical, the human body type computer. Not webware. Wet with a t, water or blood. Organics, let's call it. Yeah. Let me get my coffee drunk, folks, because you know. While you sit here, it doesn't get warmer, does it? For wet work, it's just all your Mark 1 computing, like the Mark 1 eyeball. When people are talking about cameras and digital eyes and things, but there's the Mark 1. The Mark 1 eyeball is the original one, the one that him upstairs designed. It's not a term I would normally use, but the one that Mother Nature came up with. You see, if I say that, if I say one thing, I offend one half of the audience, and if I say the other, I offend the other half. So I'll say both. That is my way, folks. That's why I can't get above fucking 1,700 on the number of subscribers. Every time I look, it goes backwards. I was on 1698. I think I hit 1699 yesterday. And when I last looked today, it's back down like 1694 or something. Maybe I should learn to keep my gob shut. They say pigs' eyes are functionally identical to ours. There's a lot of creatures, what do they call it? Convergent design, I guess. Except design is anathema to me because of what we're just talking about. Different animals come up with you can get like some creatures that live in the deep have an eye functionally equivalent, even though the light doesn't go low. But sometimes they come up for feeding or for whatever, or sometimes they need to see maybe in a different spectrum. But the eye will be a similar idea, and yet we're not related in any way. It's not that eye existed a few million years ago and then we diverged. I think convergent design or convergent evolution, something like that it's called. Yeah, convergent. Different. Nature is solving the same problem. And it can be done in totally different ways, but the answer comes out the same because you're trying to solve the same problem. Maybe with a different spectrum, maybe you've got a different focus, maybe you've got a different whatever, but yeah. Andy's Computer Tube. Hello, my friend. Evening, DM. We'll be lurking and listening in the background. Okay, mate. Away from keyboard kind of thing. I don't know if it's computer or phone or tablet, whatever, but we use AFK, don't we, as a shorthand for away from keyboard, not responding and not taking part directly. You're more than welcome. Everybody who's here is more than welcome. I always appreciate people actually saying hello or actually participating, but you can't always, and I'm the same myself. Sometimes I often put on some live streams. I was listening to Nick Ricata earlier, and I've talked about him in the past. I'll give a quick summary in a moment, but I was listening to him and I was kind of dozing, so it was background noise. Switched the resolution down to the minimum. Is it 144p on YouTube? I lose track sometimes between the different streams and apps and platforms and apps. But switch the resolution down, turn the brightness down, and I in and out. But he does a long stream, longer than me often. But yeah, sometimes you're not within arm's reach of the device. I'm the same myself, or I'm within arm's reach, but I'm not awake. Yeah. The only thing that makes it hard for most to conceptually understand is the vast time that it takes for an evolutionary trait to become dominant. Usually, cataclysms can cause an abrupt change. So here's an example. What is an example? There are a few. Let's say you've got an animal and it can survive in a certain temperature range from here to there. But then there's a change in I was going to say weather. Climate is the word I'm looking for. Suddenly, some of those animals don't have as wide a range. Individual animals might be somewhere in that range, but not all of them. And so suddenly you get a die-off of all of the animals that are at that end of the spectrum, that end of the range, and suddenly you've got like an instantaneous evolution. Everything changes. That animal now only operates down at that end. Another example would be for certain type of food. Birds with a certain length or shape beak, and maybe there's some differences within the population of those birds. Some have slightly longer, some have slightly shorter, some have thicker, some have thinner. And then there's a die-off of a certain type of plant that 90% of them are feeding on. Then only the animals that are going to feed on that certain 10% of plants that are left, so the ones that have got the beak adapted to that, those are the ones that survive, and those are the ones that reproduce, and so only that particular modification gets passed down. So you can get sudden changes, but in general it is the slow adaptation, or at least we believe. I mean, who knows? I wasn't there. I didn't watch the different shaped beaks develop, but this goes back to Matey Boy, doesn't it? I almost said Dickens. Darwin. Charles Darwin, and On the Origin of Species. And the other bloke that was around the same time and came up with the same idea independently, I'm going to say Hook, but that might be wrong. Let's find out, because I don't like to just give you wrong information. You come here for an education, folks. You come and talk to the tramp to learn things. The other bloke who... And Darwin wrote his not book, but wrote his paper, I guess is the word, and sat on it for like 20 odd years. I think his daughter, he has family died. People had like 10 or 20 kids back then, and half of them died, and he was very sad about his favourite kid dying. So he held off on stuff. Might even have been his wife rather than kid. He held off. And it's only when he got wind of this other bloke about to publish the same idea, but it's only then that he published. Darwin, I want to say competitor. Darwin, I'm going to put species because that'll clarify. Competitor, or it's not the right word. I'm just looking for a shorthand because I don't want to sit here typing all night. Alfred Russel Wallace. Okay, that'll be the one. I got the name totally wrong. So who was Hook? Hooke was the one who was arguing with Newton, maybe. That could be right. I'll check momentarily. Alfred Russel Wallace, 1823 to 1913, so fairly recent. People that I've met might have met him or might have been around at the same time as him. That's always an interesting perspective. I was born in 68, so I was born about 50, 55 years after he died. But if I met a 70 or an 80-year-old back then, they could have been kind of contemporaries. That while there were friendly correspondence, they differed on the extent of natural selection, particularly regarding human consciousness and certain sexual selection theories. So Alfred Russel Wallace, but he, like I said, they were corresponding, and it was only when Darwin realised that he was about to publish that he himself was forced to compete. Independent discovery, similar. He sent a paper outlining his theory, which prompted Darwin to present his own findings from earlier. Yeah. That would cause arguments, wouldn't it? Now, I will now want to say who's Hooke. In my head, I want to say Robert Hooke, but I don't know. I'm going to type Robert Hooke, and then I'm going to type Newton. Because I'm like that. Some Robert Hooke versus Isaac Newton. Let's have a... Hooke with an E. I spelled it wrong. Brilliant English polymath and Royal Society curator of experiments who engaged in a fierce, long-standing rival with Isaac Newton. Okay, so when I was thinking of Darwin, and I said Hooke, I got the wrong competition. I got the wrong disagreement. Maybe. Frank said, look at things in the sea, as he said. Yeah, it's that convergent. Yeah, you get stuff all along, don't you? Anyone here watch Post 10, his trip to the Northwest? I get this sometimes as well, folks. I get a message come up, and then in chat, another message will pop up earlier that wasn't there. I was watching that happen. I was watching Mr. Egg this morning, or Mr. Egg Thailand, who Philly's called, but he was well, it might not be for everyone. Let me set the scene. He runs a bar in a place called Pattaya in Thailand, and he followed me, and then I saw how many subscribers he had, and I thought, fuck, who's this? So I went and had a look, and I liked what the guy was saying. Just the way he's talking, the friendly chat kind of thing. But he runs a bar, and it's got the scantily clad ladies running around, and he will drag the girls out to say hello sometimes, but and sometimes when they're empty and he's setting up, he'll show inside the bar, but the customers in that kind of place are not going to want to be on camera. So I don't know how much to say, how much not. It's not for everybody, but it's just I just like the chat. And it's on a early morning. For some reason the other day I thought I'm fairly sure that some days I've watched it after I've done a stream, whereas he sent me a message saying Sunday morning for the live stream. I don't know if that's because he's probably random like me sometimes. But yeah, anyway, how did I get here? I was watching him. Why was I telling you about watching him? I was just watching a stream. I don't know how I got here, folks. Fuck. I can't go back and play back and see where I was going with that. I was watching a stream. It was Sunday morning. I was relaxing. No idea. If you don't give me a hint where I was going with it and why I was on about it, I'm not going to be able to finish that particular line of thought. We were on about Hooke and Newton and disagreements in science, sea creatures and eyes. No, it's gone. It's gone. Let me get this coffee drunk, otherwise it's going to be cold, and I've got to get on with the other one. This is the cup. If I don't lock my mouth around the lid, it comes out. This called a gasket. Yeah, you technical guys. Is it a gasket or is it an O-ring? Anyway, it's not very. It's a bit loose nowadays. It doesn't form a tight seal, so it just dribble, and I end up with a brown. It does dye my beard after a while, so I have to kind of lock on. So apologies if it looks a little bit disgusting while I drink. But I do have to get through it. Would be called a packing. Packing? No, I'm lost still. Is that a half thought? Is there more to it, or is there a typo? I don't know what that. A packing. I don't know where we were going. But folks, Mr. Egg Thailand, after the @ symbol, all one word, youtube.com/@MrEggThailand. He always gives me a shout out. He always gives me a shout out and tries to get people to come and subscribe. And so I'll return the favour. If anybody's interested in a guy running a bar in Thailand, if you're going to go to Thailand, if you just want to say hello to some scantily clad young ladies, they're nothing obscene. They are covered, and at least while the camera's on. I've got no idea what goes on inside or at other times. But it's called a go-go bar. I know nothing about it. I've never been to Thailand. I've never been to a go-go bar. I think I've only ever been to a strip bar twice. Not really my kind of thing. When you know the girls are there for the money, it loses its attraction. But it runs a bar, it's a thing, people go. I don't know, I'm not judging. I'm fucking tramping a field, what do I get to judge? Oh, the other day when we were talking about musical youth, one of them's his friend. He's from Birmingham, which is their neck of the woods. I say is. Are 2 of them dead? I was just looking it up earlier. There was 5 of them. I think 2 are dead. Yeah, one died young, in his 20s, from I think he had a congenital birth defect, hole in the heart kind of thing. One of them died a few years ago, like in his 50s. A cancer of some flavour, if I remember correctly. So, of the 5 members of musical youth, 2 are dead. I think 1 ended up in prison at some point, and 2 were performing still to this day. I think still under the same name, under the same band name. So they're still going, but they're a duo. But also music production and all of that radio production stuff. So Phil was talking about that, Mr. Egg Thailand. Pass it on the left-hand side. That is indeed. Pass the duchy on the left-hand side. And apparently a duchy... They told the story that the duchy was a cooking pot, and it was about passing food. That was the... And it's not a cooking pot. Or at least that's not the context that they were using the term. Okay, it's the hydraulic sealing. Okay, we just call that a rubber seal. Those cups always last longer than the lids. My other one's fantastic. This one's got a really good feature in the lid. So you know the sippy cup part, the little holes that you drink through. This has a twisty thing within the lid that will seal those off, so you could keep the steam inside when you're not drinking. The other one that's actually a better seal around the edge and actually better insulation in the cup itself, that doesn't have that feature. So it's always got the two. The sippy cup and the air line. You can't just drink out. You've got to stop a vacuum, haven't you? You got to allow an air. It's the air line that you need for your petrol tank, so that things flow. I haven't got the terminology, folks. But yeah, okay. That was the would be called a packing. Is that where that was going? The cup lid seal. Its term referring to a square cut O-ring. Okay. I had O-ring. I had O-ring because of Matey Boy. Surely you're kidding, Mr. Feynman. Feynman. First name. Feynman. Scientist. Died of cancer because of potentially because of World War II. When NASA had one of the ships explode, he took the O-ring and put it in cold water and it turned brittle. I've got Robert stuck in my head and I know that's not right. Somebody? Anybody? Feynman. QED. Quantum electronic. What was it called? Quantum electronic die. Oh, if nobody tells him, I'm going to have to look it up. Richard. It's Richard. It's not. See, I said Robert earlier about something else and it just lodged. Richard Feynman. Frank's been following a bunch of UK YouTube content lately. In what context? Yeah, I got there before you. Well, at least before you typed and submitted it, Andy. I got there before you. But I always like the story. So for anyone who doesn't know, Richard Feynman was physicist, but mathematician in a big way. And his kids are going to school. And the teacher marks the kids' homework as being wrong. So a concerned parent goes into school and explains to the teacher why the teacher's wrong. And the teacher says, fuck off, I'm the teacher. He says, fuck off, I'm Richard Feynman. He didn't word it in that way. And he kind of is apologetic afterwards about kind of pulling rank. But he said the teacher has been a dick, so yeah, I'm a Nobel laureate. What can you do, folks? I want to say quantum electric. It's not direction. Quantum. It's a something effect. Quantum. Somebody's gonna. I'm gonna look at it first. QED. I know that the letters, and it's not the quadratus demonstrandum. It's not the normal meaning of QED. What's my quickest way in? If I type Feynman QED, even if I spell it wrong, Feynman QED. A Strange Theory of Light and Matter by Richard Feynman. Yeah, but what's the QED? Okay, do I have to actually go in? You're going to make me click through. I don't want the whole book. What's the QED stand for is what I'm asking. It's quantum electrodynamics. Okay, so the D's not even a separate word. That's wrong, really. It should just be QE. Quantum electrodynamics, published in 1985. It's like Stephen Hawking's Brief History of Time. It's a dumbed down version for the normal folk to give you a beginning. He is indeed a legend or a legand. If you you did correct afterwards. Okay, with the asterisk. I got you. I'm just pulling a plonker a bit. Yeah, those lectures. I love his. I love watching anything that he describes. Any of his lectures, his descriptions, even the hearings, the NASA. Well, it wasn't a NASA hearing. It was would it be a Senate or a Congress? The congressional hearings, probably, on the Challenger. Which one was it? I can't even remember which two blew up. One was definitely Challenger, but there was another one later. Because you had the whole joke, didn't you, about need another 7 astronauts? That wasn't what. That's a little bit. It's a little bit cruel. Is it too soon? It's been about 50 fucking years, 45 years. If I don't even remember, but I'm going to type it in quick before we get there. I know that some of you come here for the education, so we'll type in Feynman and Shuttle. shuttle investigation. Oh, they did a film. It was the Challenger disaster. Okay. So what was the other one? Which was which? If I just... Oh, I shouldn't have deleted the word shuttle because that would have been quicker. Shuttle disasters. There was a list. Columbia was the first one, was it? And Challenger later, maybe? 2 major space shuttle disasters, loss of 7 crew members, 86 Challenger explosion after liftoff, and 2003 Columbia during re-entry. Which one with Feynman? That's probably... He was probably the first one, was it? Challenger. When did he die? When's Feynman? I don't know his dates. You guys have probably answered this before. I watched back the other day, and Jack Attack had answered most of my questions while I was still bloody typing. But chat, I was behind with chat. I've got to repeat Feynman shuttle. I don't know which way round they were. That was a Challenger 86. Yeah, okay. So that was the first one. When did he was probably dead before the second one happened, was he? It's a fantastic demonstration again where he took a glass of ice water and put one of the O-rings, or put an O-ring in the glass in it, and it went brittle. Let me go back. I keep spelling his name wrong. Look, I've got an I in it and it's a Y, but I'm too lazy to correct it. Death. He definitely died of cancer. I know there's always going to be the suspicion he died in 88, so he was gone way before the second shuttle disaster. Died at 69. Abdominal cancer. Second bout with the disease. He'd had surgery successfully in 80, but then it came back. Refused treatment. I guess he wanted to just... Some cancer treatments are quite debilitating, aren't they? Some people choose to enjoy the months that they've got left rather than spend those times with chemo and radiation therapy and all of the effects those things have on the body, and then still end up dying. Yeah. Solid rocket boosters. Yeah, they're basically fireworks, aren't they? Once you've lit them, you can't stop them. There's no turning them off. Solid rocket booster is a fancy term for a firework rocket, for a firework. It is like the touch paper and step back. If you realise that there's something gone wrong, there's no fucking messing. It's done. Yeah. The engineering of the shuttle was remarkable in some ways, and it was the typical government thing, wasn't it? And the US government in particular, I think, of trying to keep senators in trying to keep people in different areas of the country happy, having stuff produced here and produced there. What is it designed for? It was designed as basically a what would you say, like a space truck. It was designed to just take shit up there. But then the military wanted certain aspects, and then other people wanted it to be a different way, and it ended up being a cobbled together. I think kludge is the engineering term for something that's cobbled together in a haphazard kind of manner. And the redesigns and things during design, well, during manufacture, construction, what word would you use? Yeah, and the bureaucracy that builds up around sitting 7 people on the top of a big firework. The checking, the double checking, the triple checking, the bureaucracy, the escalating costs, the cost overruns and the time overruns. Am I right? It's designed in the 60s and it was like 1980 before the first one flew. It's either 79 or 80. I remember taking a radio to high school in my bag, in my school bag, so that we could listen to the first launch. Mr. Clay, the humanities teacher. We had an integrated history geography in the first year at high school. British high school is different to American high school. We were year 11 or 12. It's but Mr. Clay, the humanities teacher, let me pull the radio and we listened to the launch. Yeah. The other day, folks, I think I said something had bitten me and I'd got the lump still there. That's a bit weird. Unless I've been bitten again. Is that the same one? I think that's the same one. It would be weird to get a second bite in the same place, although I was just wondering whether it was the other side of the face. Don't know. Let's have a look. I'm just scrolling back a few. Okay, Andy's a clusterfuck kind of comment. I think you can type clusterfuck, or I tend to abbreviate nowadays with FK because that passes any kind of spell checkeriness that they might be doing. You can certainly say it. You're not supposed to use profanity in the first couple of minutes of a stream, I'm told, but yeah, this is me. Fuck. I say all the words. Absolute clusterfuck of a management shot engineering. What it was. And but as I was saying the other day, we got the International Space Station up there, and we've only got that because we had the shuttle to take it up in separate parts, and then the arm to put it all back together again. To assemble the pieces. I'm not sure we could build an international space station nowadays, and the one we've got is about to drop out of the sky in 3 years. So that's a prospect, isn't it? When the International Space Station went there, I'm fairly sure it was the president at the time. Who would that have been? Clinton, maybe? How long has it been there? It's been there a while. I remember that it could even have been, but it was not the first Bush. Anyway, I don't know. I don't remember. But I remember that one of the presidents, the one that was there at the time that it was completed, I guess, saying from now on there will always be a manned presence in space. And we're like, whoa, yeah, we're a spacefaring race, even though we don't go anywhere and it's technically low Earth orbit. We're going to lose that. We got 3 years to get back, and there's still uncertainty about what they're going to do with it. But at the minute, the intention is to deorbit it and crash it into the sea. I think I read the other day, was it like the Indian Ocean or somewhere, South Pacific or something? I can't remember. But that'll be a huge step backwards for the human race. Now, I think the Chinese have got one, haven't they? They got their own one still. I've got a name like Ching Dong in my head, but that I'm not being racist. They name things like that, and I didn't say Ching Chong. That would definitely be racist. So Ching Chong it is, because all the words, folks, all the words. Guangdong. I might be pulling that entirely out my ass. Let me hold on. I think I'm right in saying that the Chinese do have their own space station, though, don't they? So maybe we will still have a presence in space. Chinese space station. Tiangong. Now, do you see, I wasn't... It was... Stop it! Not fucking racist. And even if I am, those words don't matter anymore. Calling me... Now, what are all the words? I can't even list them all, but the sexist, homophobe, racist, bigoted, transphobe, blah, blah, being called all the fucking words, nobody cares anymore. Hitler, Nazi, fascist, doesn't fucking matter anymore. Nobody cares that someone gets called those. It used to be that you valued your reputation and being called something like that mattered. It's been so over fucking done nowadays. No one gives a flying fuck if you call me a Nazi, a racist, a sex. Nobody cares. Or very few people care. I did get into a Twitter thing with someone. I think it was Twitter. No, it was YouTube. I did get into a thing where one guy thinks that the words still matter, but he's wrong. I don't. I said, look, call me a racist. I don't care. Call me a racist because I've told you that I've said the N-word. Call me a... Doesn't matter. I don't care that you call me racist. It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't change anything. And his only comeback was, well, I appreciate your honesty. He seems to think that me saying I don't care if you call me a racist, he thinks that that means I am a racist. Clarification for anyone new here. I say the words. I don't call you the words. I'll call people a woofter and a pufter. That's... We do that. Men... It's part of the banter, the back and forth. If someone says something that makes them look or sound effeminate, I'll call them the words, but not the serious words. I mean, you know, not the biggie. But I'll use the words in talking about the words. Just that's my disclaimer. That's my... Before you all start unsubscribing, reporting me to YouTube, doing the things. What was I looking at here? Oh yeah, I went with... I didn't go with Ching Chong, did I? But I did mention Ching Chong because I thought that was close. And it's Tiangong. I mean, it means Heavenly Palace. A permanently crewed T-shaped modular station in low Earth orbit. 340 to 450 kilometers. Again, drags on the atmosphere, comes down and has to be boosted up periodically, just like the ISS, the International Space Station. So when's it planned for? Is there a plan for decommission? This one was only completed in 2022, so it's going to have some intended lifespan. Do I need to do a new... I probably need to do a new search to find its intended lifespan. What decommission date would that work? We got... Is it double M, double S? Is everything doubled? D, no, S. Yeah, it looks like it. Words like that with multiple double letters, always a little bit awkward on the spelling. Christ, I struggle when you spell the word occasion. I can never remember whether it's double C or double S. I know it's only one. I know now. I have refamiliarized myself. It's single C double S. But for a long time that was a... I think someone taught me that wrong once, and it kind of stuck. Maybe when I was a kid, I had a teacher that was thick. It's thick in the... not fat. I don't use that word in that sense. Tiangong 1 and Tiangong 2 were decommissioned. Now I'm talking about the current one. The current one is planned to be the only space station in orbit after the ISS is decommissioned in 2030. No mention of a decommissioning date for or a planned... Maybe I changed the term. Planned lifespan, planned operation. I don't know what to put, folks. It's interesting that all of the results are coming back in the Google AI rather than pointing at web pages. Planned lifespan, life expected lifespan. Designed, I can't even say the word. It's intended for more than 15 years, and it only just went up in, did you say 22 or 23? So 38, maybe 40 before it's decommissioned. I don't know. I'm gibbering. I've got a lot of your comments to get back through. Okay, I'm back to clusterfuck. That's roughly where I was, yeah? It's what the Chinese developed all those years ago. Watching Colombia. It's what the Chinese developed. Cut corners on the O-rings, then overruled advice to not launch on a freezing cold day. Freezing cold day, and also weren't the O-rings part of the... It's like the fuel... Don't those get really cold anyway? Wasn't it that the... There's always ice hanging off those fuel tanks or part of the rockets. And the O-rings were something to do with how it was fed through from one part to another. When we're talking about seals, because of these cups earlier, isn't it a similar thing? You'd have to be a bit mad to hop aboard a rocket and strap in anyway. That was a famous... Was it John Glenn? First US astronaut? He had a quote about sitting on board a big firework that was made of 1 million parts, that all built by the cheapest vendor. Yeah, I think it was John Glenn. Sorry, folks. Give me a second. I don't know if it's the stand, or I think there's something on the chopping board that you sit on. I got a rocking motion. That's a little bit better, but not perfect. Yeah, like extreme rock climbing, it's a chosen path with known risks. Yeah, this is true. Why do you do it? Because it's there. Funny how they've gone back to a more Apollo. So yeah, with the way that they land now, and they come down in the conical. Is that the right word? It is, isn't it? And with the heat shield. Yeah, gone back to that, and they're landing on water still, aren't they, at the minute? It was Boeing that was going to do one with retro rockets that came down and landed gently. Hold on, matey boy, does the Bezos one, does his do retro rockets that land softly, or is it just parachutes? Like when Bill Shatner went up and came down. I'm not 100%. I haven't paid that much attention recently, if I'm honest. I'll ask the questions though. Yeah, we have kind of backtracked. We have, yeah. Tom's okay. This is in relation to the cancer kind of stuff. Lumps that needed pimples that grow into lumps and need scalpel work. Yeah, my mum had a mole excised. Is that the right word? With like a spoon-shaped scalpel. I haven't got another word for that particular tool, but yeah, she described it as being like a spoon that they dig out. I think it came back clear, but yeah. No, the one time it subsided after a few weeks. Oh, so once, okay, your lumps, okay, yeah, okay, mate. Glad it was nothing too serious. Look up Skinny Cluth, Clini-Soothe Skin Purifier. Expensive, but can kill viral infections as well as bacterial. That was Andy. That's Clinton. First ISS was the... Oh, yeah, I remember the Mia. Yeah. Oh, look. Hold on. America had one before that. In the 70s. What was that called? That crashed, didn't it? I'm not sure it was entirely planned either. Oh, now that I've... Well, I'll recognize the name when I see it or hear, but US Space Station. You probably got there before me because I'm so far behind. I can't even type space. Oh no, I'm in the middle of station. Pay attention to yourself. US Space Station 70s. Come on. Skylab, there it is. Launched in 73, orbital workshop and solar observatory. Occupied by 3 crews between 73 and 74, before re-entering the atmosphere in 79. Was it intended to come down at that point? Major repairs had to be... Okay. Solar panels and heat shields immediately upon... when the second crew arrived, Skylab 2. The station allowed for detailed study of the sun and Earth resources. Skylab was abandoned in 74 due to solar activity causing orbital decay and delay. So why did it take 5 years to re-enter? Yeah, it was kind of... Okay, it was a fuck-up, wasn't it? Scattering debris over Australia and the Indian Ocean. Yeah, debris. That's what I remember. Debris over Australia. Okay. You live and you learn. Well, relearn, I guess. I was kind of there, wasn't I? I heard it all at the time. Didn't John Wayne die about the same time? Is that a memory? I think that's a memory. I don't. I say about the same time. I mean within like the same year, or within a year. Let me get rid of this, and then I will. I'll probably reach for the beer first, but I'll bring that. I'll bring the other. I'll bring it down and I'll test how hot it is. This is where I usually burn myself, folks. God. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's just the wrong side of drinkable. It's the hot side. The little air hole was popping. So it got blocked. Nice. Rather drink the hot stuff than the tepid stuff that I've just had. Oh, it is just a bit much. Let's get caught up, folks. Clinton, okay, it was Clinton when the ISS, on his second, and then Bush, they built, okay. Okay, the Mir was while Clinton was in, and under Bush, Jr. Let me remember that. George W, the second one. Was the first one HW? I can't remember. Let me. I have. Okay, here's Tom. Don't know if his skin thing was infected or at risk. Doctor's words: pimple gone bad. You can get that sometimes if you squeeze them and it doesn't burst. You can end up with a layer of skin building over and a blockage and pores blocked and shit. I'm a certified misplacist and can't find the solution. It was here a minute ago. Yeah. I'm good at losing things and forgetting things as well. I'll keep it running as long as possible. I understand it was made. It's the Temu International Space Station. It was the O-rings and the solid rocket boosters, yeah. Oh, it's the solid rocket. So, well, the solid rockets, they wouldn't be as cold, no, because it's solid. It's not a liquid like liquid oxygen or whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong. The solid ones are like fireworks. They self they generate their own oxygen as part of the reaction process. You don't feed oxygen in; it's part of the gunpowder. I haven't got the vocabulary and the technical knowledge. Yeah, that's a great quote, lol. I'm not sure what that was. Oh, the John Glenn, yeah. On a Mercury rocket, then flew on the shuttle. He did. He went back, didn't he? He was the first astronaut. And then he became the oldest one when he went back. Frank did get Skylab. I'll check back later and see whether he got there before me. Rate of decay in orbit will drop it to the point where it hits denser air and burns up, unless you take corrective action and deliver. Yeah. And this computer tube, good idea. Beer's a good idea. I still haven't. I took a swig of coffee. I didn't take a swig of beer yet, because it triggers people. It triggers people, folks. That was a good swig. One more good swig like that will finish this particular can. Can I keep the empty can in reserve? You know, I've got my tripod, my 3 cans that the lamp sits on. I've got my next beer here. But if I forget to keep that can, I should have an empty in reserve to stand in its stead as part of the tripod. I don't like having the lantern stood on 2. Sometimes I've had to stand it on just 1 of the cans. That's no good. That's no good. Tom says, Tommy Tombstone, coffee can be difficult for me, at least back home. I burn my tongue easily, but it goes cold in minutes. Yeah. When you take your cup outside for a smoke. Yeah, because -30, mate. What the fuck? You're in Norway when you're at home. It's cold out there. There is some atmosphere. That's Red Dwarf, isn't it? It's cold outside. There's no kind of atmosphere. I want to sit. No, there's something about shipwrecked and comatose. I can't remember the Red Dwarf. I remember the tune. I got all the notes not necessarily in the right order. Andrei Previn and Morecambe and Wise, and Andrew Preview, as he became, but also Grandad. If anybody remembers Clive Dunn, yeah. It's I think 70s TV program called Grandad. Clive Dunn, the guy out of Dad's Army. Don't panic, don't panic. Whoa! It jumped the wrong way. Get back here. Rate of decay in orbit. Cheers, a good idea. Okay, I didn't see the cheers wasn't there before. I read the good idea. Cheers. That has appeared after the event. I don't know why it started doing that. Maybe that's got something to do with why it jumps about. There's Tom and his coffee can be difficult. Yeah, I would imagine. Apologies, I've put on some weight evidently in the thumbs too. Skål, amigo. And for any Finlandians out there, kippis and all the other words. What we got? We got salud and what's the Irish one? I know it when I hear it, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. Designed for high heat but brittle at low temperatures. Fault of the O-ring thing. Yeah. Thermos is a nice gadget. Thermoses are nice, yeah. But these insulated cups, which is not I guess there's I assume that. Is it a vacuum between, is it double walled with vacuum or is it just with padding? Not sure how I don't know how these kind of camping cups or whatever you want to call them, these insulated cups. I'm not 100% on the details. The lighter weight one, I would imagine, it is just the double wall and not even a vacuum or padding. The heavier one I'm not sure if it's just a sturdier construction that makes it heavy, or if it's an insulation. I don't know. Frank is sipping on a Crown and Coke. Don't know what that is. What's a Crown? Corona? No, not Corona. Although that would translate. But I don't know what a Crown is. Is that a whiskey? Whiskey and Coke? Vodka and Coke? Don't know. That's the one, Frank, with the O-ring, yeah. Double wall, non-vacuum, I believe the cups. Double wall, but just double wall or a packet of padding and insulation. I don't. Let me see if I can tell. These ones, these good ones from a Decathlon, isn't it? Quechua. I don't know how you wanna. I don't know how you wanna pronounce that. Then it says ins. Then it's dirty and I can't read it. Oh, it basically it says insulated, but without the vowels. Insulated. I'll have a bit more. Does anybody else think that Tina's been ridiculously quiet this evening? No barking, no, not even. She's not even moving. I don't think. I wouldn't know if she's moving, would I? She's not here. Where are you? Let me. Are you alright? You've gone halfway down. No, okay, that's why I can't sense you. You're not. And you're half out. You're in the gutter again. You're in the. Let me make sure. You've been farting. Oh, take your farty pants. Hold on. Are you farting? I don't know. That's my girl. That's my girl. She never used to, or at least it never smelled. But recently she's become a bit of a smelly ass. Let me have a quick inspection of the EcoFlow because, fuck, we're down to 15%, folks. We were on 23 when we started, yeah? I was charging the... You see, the phone's only up to 61. Why is that? Because it's only charging at... I've got 9 watts and 2 of that will be the lamp. So why is this charging so slowly? My other fear, if you just bear with me a second while I disconnect and reconnect, see if we can't get a better power draw. That's gone worse. Well, that's no good. Let me unplug and count to 10. Just bear with. My other fear, if you remember, I had a thing where when I got down to a certain level, the EcoFlow just turned off. Once it was 40% and it just fucking went. I think it was miscalibrated and I did a thing. But I'm on 15%, folks, on the EcoFlow, and I haven't got a full charge on the phone. Tablet's on 81. That would give me 8 hours of use on the tablet. I'm going to run out of power overnight. I might not keep broadcasting too much longer. I think certainly if I hit 10% on the EcoFlow, I'll have to go and then switch to the maximum power saving. In fact, actually, there's a point. Let me just check whether I've got power saving active at the minute. Yeah, the battery symbol is there, but there is a second, a higher level power saving. I can't do while I'm broadcasting. I might even have to allow this to run out of power and move the SIM card across to the tablet. 8 hours. It's 11 o'clock here now. That'll get me through to 7 in the morning, won't it? And then I hang on and hope we get some fucking sunshine, even though the weather forecast says not. Almost says not. Let's see whether we get an update in the weather forecast, because it's pretty important for me, personally, you know. I like to have access to the internet. I like to have either videos or at least audio playing in the background. Yeah, look. The weather forecast is updated, and tomorrow does not show a single bit of sun. It's not sun and cloud. It's not sun with a bit of cloud. It's not cloud with a bit of sun. It's just cloud. Now, the rain looks to have backed off. That's good. Maximum middle of the afternoon, 2 and 3 o'clock, 17% and 20%. So that's something. But Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a dodgy week for me weather-wise. And this is just as my solar panel has taken a taken a hit. Uh, yeah, I turn I run it permanently in power saving mode, but then there's an extra setting within the power. You have to turn power saving off, and then there's a right at the bottom of the settings. There's an ultra power saving mode, which switches to a different desktop and turns off all the back. All it doesn't just restrict background activity; it turns it off for everything except for 3 apps that you nominate. Um, so yeah, I do that when I'm low on power. Switch. I don't know how much of that you caught. We disconnected and reconnected. So normal power saving. Turn normal power saving off. At the bottom of the settings within power saving, there's an ultra power saving mode. I don't remember the wording. I did a video on it once upon a time. Let me just go in there now on this one. And to set it, it's grayed out ordinarily. You won't be able to see the very, very bottom setting here. When power saving mode's on, that's it's grayed out. You can't activate it. So you have to turn power saving off, set that, and then it does nothing until you reactivate power saving, and then it clobbers everything. And if you pair that with airport, what they call it, airplane mode. But I do like to reactivate the internet, even so. Turn off all the location-y, radio-y, GPS-y, turn all that shit off. But I do like to still have my data connection because I am chronically online. I am, you know, I sleep with videos playing next to my head. I've just got used to having stuff. And even if I can't have, obviously the screen's the biggest power user in these devices. So downloading content or switching just to audio books, or downloading it and having it play, but in something like VLC where you can turn the screen off and like listen to a film or listen to an audio book with the screen obviously screen off. And even when the screen's on, the brightness down as far as possible, because that's your screen and your screen brightness. They will clobber you every time. But I can get, allegedly, and let me activate it. Let me tell you the difference. Hold on. At the moment, with power saving on, normal power saving, I can get 15 hours and 58 minutes. This is limiting CPU to 70%, decreased brightness, blah, 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 all the things. Well, almost all the things. So remember, let's say 16 hours bar 2 minutes. I'm gonna turn power saving off. I'm gonna activate this other setting and turn on. So now we've got maximum power saving enabled. And if I go, you get a reduced screen. I was wrong, it wasn't 3 apps. You got 5. There's 5 that it pre-selects and you can't change, and you've got 5 that you can elect and that you can manage. Can you see? You get a different desktop. So there's certain apps available that you can't change, and there's 5 that you can select yourself, and you can change them on the fly. But it means those are the only ones that will have background processors available at all, and even then they'll be reduced. Now I now get 1 day and 10 hours. It predicts 1 day and 10 hours. But if I'm doing stuff like play an audio book with the screen off, obviously I'll get much longer. But that's the kind of shit you have to jump through, folks, when power is at a premium. And yeah, I will be able to optimize that even more, because at the minute some of the GPS, the location stuff, and the Wi-Fi and the whatever else. But that's the kind of shit we have to go through. Maybe you should save your power diem. I should, but I like talking to you guys, so you know. Yeah, you run the device in low power mode continuously, unless I do something silly, and forget to turn low power. The fact that you have to turn low power mode off to activate that full power mode, and then when you switch back, you have to turn power mode low. You have to say power saving mode off. Turn that super enhanced power saving mode off. Then you have to remember to turn power saving back on, and sometimes I forget for an hour or two. Hold on. Frank, an American with a kettle coming in. Electric kettle. Hold on. Someone asked me if I'm Tommy Tombstone the other day in another stream. As far as I know, you're the only one that's calling it. Yeah, you know, people get around. Ran a foam insulation one in minus 28 Celsius after preheating with boiling water and got 1.5 hours. Well, here's a question for you guys. You see, this is triggered because Frank's just typed the half with a 1/2. If you long press on 1 on your keyboard, like if you're on a tablet or a phone, do you not get half and third and quarter in small text? I get my keyboard, my screen keyboard on both devices. I can type a half. Crown is Royal Canadian Whiskey. Okay. But yeah, I double wall non-vacuum the cups, and yeah, I think I read that before. A foam insulation one in minus. That's not bad, is it? An hour and a half when you're out in minus 28. How do you keep you warm at that temperature? What the fuck? Tommy Tombstone. Tom Tombstone. I mean, I obviously, Tom, I know your real name as well, but I don't know how else to read the Tombstone thing. Tom B. Stone. He's Tombstone. But I like to refer to Tom or some other approximation. So yeah. Frank, switch to tea. I'm stuttering. What the fuck is that about? Switch to tea. Just black tea and actually have a kettle coming in. I read the kettle thing. Impressive cup performance, Frank, says Andy. Yeah. You're on device in low power mode. I think it jumped down to here and I've been moving back and forth. Maybe you should save power. I should, but you know. Like I said, I like talking to you. Had an ultra low power saving mode in a Sony Vaio laptop. Is that how you pronounce that? That's how I'm going to pronounce it. How do you pronounce and pronunciate? How come the word is pronounce, but pronunciation? Yeah. The other one is privy, which is a toilet, but is also like the Privy Council is the King or Queen's closest advisors, including government ministers. So you got privy, the Privy Council, but we say private, not privet. Then again, we do have privet, which is a hedge. Privy. V's around. Hello, V. You seem content with living there though. It's fascinating. Bless you. I'm content. I've adapted to it. I think I saw your message before. It was like, let's get him a house or something. Well, let's get him into a house. I've adapted to it. I don't see any way out of it. The people around me seem to have adapted to it. The locals are generally friendly nowadays, with one or two notable exceptions, like the kids throwing stones. They came back. That happened once a couple of weeks ago again, but three weeks ago, maybe 4 now. But it stopped immediately. I had one guy drive past and pip a horn the other day, and I think he was doing it to try and be awkward early in the morning. I can live with that. I'm awake. He thinks he's waking me up. He's not. I'm always awake. If I'm not awake, I'm on the cusp of being awake because I'm in a fucking tent in a field and there are animals, there are mice, there are rats, there are people, there are bad people, there are drunks up on the main road at the top. There's just shit. So I'm never far away from being awake. I'd rather be in a field than a hotel room, I think. At least you can cook in a field. Yeah, there's a certain amount of autonomy, I guess. As long as you buy your gas and I do need to buy a smaller stove still. So I got my gas bottle, but my gas ring is too big, and 3/4 of the flame is not under the pan most of the time. Unless I put if I put a big frying pan down or a big cauldron, when I'm making a stew or something, I've got a big pot. That's just entirely over the gas. But when I'm just like boiling water, a small pan for coffee, imagine two. It's about a liter, I would imagine. Is it? That's probably less. Two cups of water, mugs. Two. Well, you've seen my mug already. Two of these. I usually get the amount almost exactly right, but when I poured the water in the dark tonight, and I undershot a little bit, which is why the first one went cold as fast as it did. I did actually top it up with cold water before coming in. But yeah, so content isn't necessarily the right word. Content with being here. I've adapted to it. I don't see a way out, and people around me have adapted, and so I'm yeah, kind of settled in a accustomed to it, I guess you would say. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't got a way out. How does the bankrupt Fergie manage to get booked into one of the most expensive wellness clinics in Ireland? Fergie as in Andrew's ex. You see, there are other billionaires out there. He wasn't the only one, was he? There's an important question as to why people with so much money become so corrupt and despotic's not the right word. Vile. You're vile. Do you get the money and then get bored and become vile? Or are you a vile person and that's why you get the money? Like if you were setting up a business and you'd come up with a product, I'm going to use Steve Jobs as an example here. For years, basically, Apple was a failing business. For decades, almost. It had a few notable products, the Apple II, whatever, but it was struggling and it wasn't doing well. Then they came up with the iPod, the first iPod, and that was a big thing. Then the iMac, that was a big deal. And then the Macintosh range, kind of, I think later on, or at least it took off later on. The iPhone was the biggie. But he was a really nasty person. He hung about outside the Apple stores, like hiding in bushes, watching the workers arrive. And if somebody arrived like 3 minutes late, he fired them. So he was a vile person and made money. But which way round? And is that the same with the others? The Bill Gates, I don't know about Elon, but if you made a product, do you need to make mega books, or wouldn't you price things so that you don't extort value from the whole world? Why are you selling it at so much that you're making billions and billions per year? You could knock 10% off and just have a few billion instead of billions and billions each year. It seems to me that we might kind of have it backwards. We think that rich people go on and do bad things. And I think it might be bad people get rich by doing bad things because bad things. Maybe. It's my hypothesis, my conjecture. Is it a hypothesis or is it just a conjecture? What's the difference? A conjecture, a hypothesis, a law. Let's not. I missed theory out of the. Okay. A conjecture, a hypothesis, a theory, a law. We don't really do laws anymore in science, do we? That was maybe just Newton's arrogance. Maybe. I don't know. Where am I, folks? Where am I? Whole Fergie thing, yeah. Where do they get their money? There are other billionaires out there. There are other people that want to rub up against other forms of influence. The nouveau riche, as you might say, the people who have come into money, the people who don't have generational wealth, the people who come into money personally, or sometimes that's second generation, or that married someone that was rich. Yeah, they can do daft things, can't they? They can, but there are people that want to be associated with rich or wealthy or powerful people. Hey, it's okay, you can use my jet. Hey, come to the island. Hey, I've got a spare bedroom. Just come and stay for a week or two. That. Oh, this is jumping around like Billio now. Whatever Billio is. I never looked that one up. Anyone thought of crowdfunding? Get him rent small house. How many months rent would you pay, and how much would you pay? You're looking at 500 euros per month, and what? 1 month down and 2 months deposit. You're suddenly looking at a lot of money, and at the end of a month or two, I could be homeless again, and I would have lost my pitch. Some fucker else would be here. I wouldn't get my spot, with all the protection that it affords, with it being private land, and with me already having had all the arguments with the police and them giving up on. They now know they've lost, even though I got a criminal record and all the other shit that went with it. But they've now leaving me. I still think I should be able to contest all of that. But anyway, arresting me on private land for a public kind of thing, we're not having the ID. That's something they demand ID in public, not in private, not when you're in your home, not when you're on your land, or it's someone else's, but it's on private land. They've got no fucking right. But I've now got a criminal record over that shit. Anyway, that's not what you called. I have now settled that argument with them, and they've come to. They seem. I mean, they've never admitted it, because then they might have to repeal that conviction. Repeal is not the right word. Rescind, maybe. But they've seemed to have settled. I've been accosted by them twice in the last year, is it? Maybe. Might be 3 times in total. One of them was a documents thing, but twice they've been trying to demand ID and tell me I can't camp here, and I tell them I'm not camping, it's survival. And then they ask, how long have you been here? Thinking I've been here a couple of days, and I tell them it's 3 years or 2.5 or whatever the fuck it is. They're leaving me alone now. If I left here and went into an apartment for a few months, and a few people were very, very generous and donated, and I got an apartment, again, dog. Difficulty in renting an apartment when you've got a pet. Not everyone will allow it. All of the things, the logistics of getting my stuff there and decamping, if you want to call it that. But then if I end up homeless 3 months later, because you're not going to fund me forever, I got to find a spot again, haven't I? And someone else will be here because they'll have seen that I've been here and it's a nice spot. It's all awkward, folks. I don't know. There's logistics, there's problems. Frank stays warm. Lots of underlayers and proper footwear. FR clothing can be quite warm. FR? Complicated, awkward situation, basically. Very. He can't go to the UK, and he can't claim anything abroad. And I probably couldn't claim anything in the UK either. But I've got. Yeah, this is the other thing. I have a support network that has built up over time of friends, acquaintances, the neighbours. Like I was saying earlier, the lady down the road, down this little track, there's a few houses and apartment blocks and things, and some houses down on the cliffs. Very nice when you look over from the other side. look like nice spots. Personally, I wouldn't buy a property that's going to be gone in 30 years the next time that the cliff subsides, but that's, uh, that's just me. It's very picturesque and very nice. Probably quite noisy when it's windy and stormy, when you've got lots of waves lapping at the rock, and you're going to be wondering whether the rocks are going to get washed away. And if they do, how long your house is going to sit precarious on the cliff tops. Or like I said, they're halfway down the cliff. Picturesque, but I wouldn't want it. But the lady down the road, she gave me €20 the other day. Even though I tried to protest and tell her no. She has done a lot for me over the... I got to get my head around the timings. It's over 3 years in this field, isn't it? We did that calculation once. October the 10th, 2022. So I was homeless for a couple of months before I arrived in this field. Yeah, it is 3 years and October the 10th to now. So what's that? October, November, December, January, February. We're into March now, aren't we? In a week or so, just over a week, it'll be 3 years and 5 months. Fuck. In the field. And from August to now is August the 14th. We've had February the 4th. I missed it. Oh, Valentine's Day. Would have been 3.5 years homeless. I don't think I marked that at all. Did I? I don't think so. August the 14th to February the 14th. That's the 6 months, yeah? Plus the 3 year. Yeah. No. Wow. Temper's huge up for folks. Time flies, especially when you're having so much fun. Glad you got good friends. I did just read that one, V. Thank you. And good hypothesis, I reckon. Yeah, the whole you get the money and become evil, or are you evil and that's why you get the money? Yeah. She allegedly offered her daughters to Epstein, and even there was and I offered to marry him. I haven't heard that one. I know that the daughters deliberately collaborated in moving money around so that it wouldn't directly be attributed to either Andrew or Fergie. What's her first name? Sarah Ferguson, wasn't it? Yeah. All in email, she can't deny, apparently. The Grand Old Duke of York. He gave 12 million quid to someone he said he never met for something he never did. Hold on. What is the Queen's? I saw half a thing. Okay, I can never work out which way it's jumped after it's jumped. Here we go. I'm getting there. Good hypothesis. That's where, back where Grand Old Duke of York, that's where I just was. Was it the Queen's money or taxpayers? I think they were moving matey boys, Epstein's. I think Epstein was giving to them for some reason, but I don't know why. Oh, it's jumped again. Underlayers, good hypothesis. Why does it do this? It's fucking annoying. I was watching someone else the other day and it was doing it for them. I'm back. They like to ask for ID or an NIE number, but don't seem too fussed when I don't produce one, says Tom. This is the police and the Guardia Civil. It's their go-to. It's their papers, please. It is just a power play. It has no use. If you produce them, they don't even radio in like your name and number or whatever. They're not checking. It's not like they're checking for warrants and shit. Most of the time. They did once or twice. Most of the time it is just a demand. It is just a power play. We're in charge. Papers. And under Spanish law, They don't need a reason. They don't have to. It's not like in some places where you have to be. They have to have grounds to suspect you of a crime or to have arrested you or anything. If you're in public and you're asked, you have to produce ID. And Spanish law says you have to carry it with you at all times. So even if your government tells you not to carry your passport with you, don't go to the beach or sit around the swimming pool and have your fucking passport with you. But the Spanish law says yes, you do. And it creates a conundrum. And when I've been asked in the past and challenged, I've said, look, tell your government to talk to my government. You don't own your British. I don't know about other countries. In Britain, you don't own your passport. You have to pay to get one. There's a processing fee and what have you. But in the small print of the documents and things that come with it, it's Crown property. Your passport is owned by the government. So this is my argument is when police ask, when I had one back in the day, and my argument was always, look, it's not my passport, it's my government's. My government tell me not to carry it in bars and nightclubs and I said I've not been to a nightclub in Spain. Not to carry it to bars and swimming pools and the beach and that kind of shit. I said, get your government to take it with my government. I'm following my government's orders by not having it on me. Yeah, but you're in Spain. I'm like, your government, my government. They can go have the argument. It's not my fucking problem. Yeah. Gossip Mag's gone wild. Is this Fergie and Andy and Money and Eugenie and Beatrice? Yeah. Did he or did he not pay 12 million quid to someone he claims he didn't know? I'm not an accountant. I'm not a forensic accountant. I couldn't tell you. But it seems likely that he did. He wasn't arrested on his birthday then, and I'm not sure when he was arrested. He was arrested, wasn't he? He was certainly questioned. I'm not fully up on it all. Are you talking about Andy being arrested or Epstein? I don't know. Whoa! Okay, that's the empty one. Okay, that's the one I set aside, and then the wind just blew the wall, and suddenly we had a sudden gust, and over it went. I haven't even opened. Look at this, guys. You know when I finished that last beer and brought the coffee down, and I haven't even opened this beer. We are coming up on 2.5 hours. I do need to keep an eye on the eco flow. It does have a hard cut-off set at 5% currently. I think I've got to check. Okay, that's on 80. This is on 71. It's not quite. Why is it not taking a fucking charge? I'm gonna unplug the lamp. That was a slight drop in power. I'm gonna take that off. We're on 13%. My phone's stuck around 60 or 70, and we're only drawing 7 watts. I don't know. Oh, bear with me, you get a close-up of my ugly mug again. I gotta unplug it, kind of count to 10, turn the cable over, and plug it back in again. And sometimes it'll draw 14, up to 14 watts. There we go, 14. Obviously, that will charge the phone quicker, but it will drain the battery over there sooner. Interestingly, when I put a cigarette lighter adapter in the 12-volt socket, one of those you plug in and it's got USB ports, I can get about 25 watts out for the phone. The USB-C negotiation shit that happens with, one of you technical guys tell me, I think it's resistors, but it could be capacitors. I always fumble this. But there's a negotiation happens USB to USB, USB-C to USB-C. And the EcoFlow and the Samsung don't seem to get on great. But just a 12-volt adapter with a USB-C to the USB-C does better. I don't know. There's magic. The USB-C spec is a fucking nightmare from what I can tell from people who do know. But it's not my field, so I don't know. Let me go back. Someone said, good question. What was the last great book you have read? Oh, hold on. I just got to scroll back a few more. If you're asking me, Super, I'm not even sure who is being referred to. One of the British royals, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, former Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. How you can be a prince and suddenly not be a prince when you are the son or daughter of a king or queen? I think that's all bollocks anyway. What was the last great book you read? The last one that I really, really enjoyed. I mentioned this in the past, and who was it that found me the book? I couldn't find out. Great wouldn't be the right word, but it's very, very enjoyable. It's a sci-fi book, and the storyline was basically someone in France, a bloke in France, found a certain magnetic field. There was some discrepancy in the area, and based on that, he was able to build like a time machine and go back to I'm going to say the Pliocene era. Pliocene, Plasticine, whatever that era is called. And then he died somehow, and his wife took over there, and people started illicitly. People were traveling back in time to escape the police or whatever, and people were going back. But there was an alien thing going on in some other time, and I think this anomaly had been caused actually by the spaceship crashing back in the past. But then they go back to that era, and everyone who goes through is actually being ruled by, well, there's two warring factions of alien, and they're getting captured by one group or the other. Captured by one group or eaten by the other, I think was basically the storyline. I got no idea what this book was called, but Jack Attack, or Jack Attacked as he is now, found the name for me. So it is in one of these streams. And that storyline that I just gave, it turns out that there's a whole not even just a trilogy. I think there's a series of these books, and I've only read the first one. So that was a good. Now, is it a literary classic? Probably fucking not. You know, sci-fi books rarely are, but it was a novel storyline. These aliens had telepathic powers as well. Oh, some of the humans had telepathic powers because when that one crashed way back, we've inbred with them somewhere along the lines, and so now we have these dormant telepathic powers, and they can be reactivated in some people, and then they put like a crown on, they put a tiara kind of thing on. You know, if you've ever watched Monkey, the Monkey King, the Tributaka puts a ring on his head so that and give him pain. Well, they put a thing on to suppress the telepathic powers of some humans. Anyway, that was it a literary classic? No, but it was a good fun read. Other great books that I read, I'm a one for biographies, autobiographies in particular. Purported autobiographies. I prefer it if they're not ghost written by someone else, but you know, as long as the main guy gave his input and was in the Eric Clapton autobiography. I don't remember the names. They sometimes give them names, but no, that was good. I really, really enjoyed the Rod Stewart one. Partly because he's banged like 3 Miss Worlds and then cheated on them and run off with other pretty models and shit. Partly. But actually, he's very apologetic about all that. He's regretful of some of the relationships and how they've ended and how he was a bit of a twat. But it's a damn good read. Again, I suspect ghost written rather than written by himself. I think the Eric Clapton one might have been ghost written as well. Stephen Fry's autobiography is already in about 9 parts. The guy can't stop fucking writing. I moved into an apartment and this book, his and the Rod Stewart one were just laying around. The Eric Clapton one I think I found in a skip one day. Here's one for you. another great book that I wouldn't say that I read this. This wasn't a cover to cover thing, but this was a dip in and out of thing. I might still have it. I'm not sure, but it might have got water damaged. Um, it was a book on architecture of the, what are we going to call them? I'm going to call them Indian. And again, feather not dot. Fucking feather not dot. That's probably racist. They don't like to be called Native American. So I never know what do you fucking indigenous peoples of the United States? I don't know what you're gonna fucking call them. I go with Indian feather not dot, and you can pick the bones out of it and unsubscribe and report me and call me the names. But it was a book about their architecture, from wigwams to teepees to like colonial huts almost. Colonial's not the right word. Communal huts. So big huts that like the entire village could sleep in. This is where I got the idea for knocking stakes in the ground and tying big branches. I don't know whether they're branches actually or trunks, but they're either big branches or thin trunks. So when you want to push a big stick into the ground, and it's a tree, you know, you want to put the thick end down and bend the thinner parts over. You can't hammer down on that. So you got to hammer something else into the ground and then tie that and tie the branch to the stake in the ground, post, stake, whatever. Then bend them over. I got that directly from this book. So useful, not exactly a good read, but interesting and useful for dipping in and out of, and yeah. Other good books that I've read while homeless. There've been a couple of other biographies, nothing leaps to mind. I did have the Alex Ferguson biography, or auto. Oh, I'm not sure what there's a biography or auto. I didn't get into it, and then that got soaked. A leaky tent, split roof and walls and water and things. I didn't realise it was kind of at ground level in whatever part of which tent it was in. Might even have been higher up and got knocked off. But that got ruined. So that would have I would have been interested in reading it. Like I said, I didn't get beyond the forward. I don't remember if there's a biography or an autobiography. I don't know if someone else wrote it or if he did. I had one. What's he called? Isaac, somebody or other. He did the Steve Jobs. Oh, even better. Wozniak. Steve Wozniak. The actual guy that built Apple. Like physically fucking built the tech. And got treated poorly by Jobs in some ways. So Steve Jobs gets a job at Atari, I think it was. So before Apple became Apple, he gets a job at Atari, and his job is supposed to be to program Breakout. You know, the bat and ball thing, the balls. So you know Pong, up and down, and the ball. Well, the one where you've got the bat at the bottom and it's against blocks. And this thing has to be built. It's not just programming as you know it. It's a cartridge. You have to build it physically. Logic gates, transistors and resistors and I have no idea, but you know, some of you technical guys. What's in a computer games cartridge? Steve Jobs is supposed to be making this fucking game. And he's going to get paid, I don't know, $30,000, let's say. It's a number I'm pulling out my ass. But he's going to get paid an amount. And he talks Woz into making it instead. And he tells him, we're going to get $5,000. And so they collaborate on this thing, but Woz really is the one doing it. And then Jobs splits the $5,000 with him when it was 30. So he pays him 2.5 and keeps the fucking and and Woz is bitter about this to this fucking day. He will say that Jobs could be they were friends and collaborated for a lot of years, but he knew that Jobs had a vile streak. Remember, Steve Jobs, after the Apple II, they built the Apple Lisa, I think it was called. Well, I know it was called that. I think it was after the two, and nobody knew why it was called Lisa for years and years. It was the daughter that he denied having and wouldn't pay. What do you want to call it? Alimony, childcare, child support, whatever word you want to use. He refused. Like until like 20 or 30 fucking years later, when a DNA test was a thing, and it was probably had to be court ordered then. Not a nice guy. But the Wozniak, definitely an autobiography because it's badly written. And the bitterness and stuff comes through. It's not sanitized. The Steve, what that? Where did I get that? That must be another one that I found in a by a bin or in a skip. Sometimes you walk. When I used to walk around the bins, as I was saying earlier, you'll get a box next to a bin. People, they want to get rid, but they're not just going to put something like that in a bin. They'll put a box of books next to a bin, and different people rifle through them. And sometimes they put them. They used to put them on top of the bin when there was a flat lid. So yeah, I got quite a few books that way. The Steve Wozniak one was really interesting because it told you about Woz, that's his kind of nickname, but it also told you about Jobs and their relationship and how Woz could get on the wrong side of Jobs sometimes and how he resented some of the maneuvers that the guy pulled in the early days. Let's face it, this is a guy who worked out how to put an image on a colour TV screen from first principles himself by starting off with a oscilloscope, the waveform analyzer thing. He's I don't know, probing around the antenna inputs, the coax cable, and he hasn't got. There's no manuals on what to do and how to do it. He basically took shit apart and put it so that he could build a computer that could put an image on a telly, on a TV screen, or other kind of monitor. He's the guy that made Apple. Jobs was like the marketing. He was not just marketing, but I guess the contracts and negotiating because of his evil streak. Those guys tend to be good at contracts because they will take advantage and they will put wording in that manipulates things in their favour. Says a guy who used to draft contracts and deliberately put weasel words in so that he couldn't be held to anything. Am I the bad guy? Mitchell and Webb, was it? I think it was. Are we the bad guys? Yeah, I don't. I've got to scroll. I haven't looked at chat in ages. So that was a great question, Zami. Thank you. If you got any follow-ups on that or anything around that or anything on what I've said, I don't lend much credence to these new revelations dripping in week after week. Well, when they release 3 million documents, it takes time for people to go through them. Also, when they redact them and put the black stripes over, but they do it badly and you can copy and paste and get the original text out in some instances. Or other ones where you can remove the black text and under it, and under it is another level, another layer of black redaction, they call it, don't they? The redacting, deleting, whatever you want to call it. But yeah. Andrew, former Prince, yeah. I've been watching the documentary Maxwell, yeah, he was another, yeah. Oh, hold on. Which one are you going with? The daughter or the dad? Robert Maxwell or... She's got a stupid name. I can never remember it. And no one knows how to pronounce it either. Such a different name. I've got no... Anybody? But the dad was a piece of work as well. Hold on, I'm scrolling. So many royal scandals, so little evidence. A lot, yeah, there's so much plausible deniability because of the way that they spoke in code. There's so much plausible deniability around a lot of it. And sorry, folks, let me just sit up a little bit. I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna. I still can't remember the Maxwell woman's name, so I don't know whether Oscar was talking about the daughter or the father. For example, apparently there are some loose emails or text messages from Crown Princess Meta Marit to Epstein, so therefore they were secret best friends. I mean, it could scrolled again. Just so many royal scandals, so little evidence. Young girls being trafficked, but and couldn't leave the island. Yeah, but nobody knows who they've been trafficked to or for. All of those, they've got like a list of like at least 100 victims, but they suspect thousands, but nobody knows who done it. Not just that no one knows who did it. Nobody's asked. That was the other thing. When those women sat in, was it Congress or the Senate, and were asked to stand. I think is it a Senate hearing? I'm not sure whether it was a Senate hearing or a congressional hearing, but they were asked to stand up if you were a victim, and a whole group of them stand up. They've never been interviewed by the FBI or anyone else in the judicial, the Department of Justice. No, nobody's. They can tell you who. They're obviously going to know. There's lots of evidence in the emails alone, but there's also footage. Yeah, there was video and stuff, and photographs, like the one of Andrew. Was he climbing on the back of a woman or something? Wasn't there a ludicrous defence if I was doing CPR or something? I don't know whether that was a real defence or whether it was satire on a different website. I don't know. Fergie was caught in a sting offence, a sting offering access to Andrew for 250 grand. There's lots of those. Give me money and I'll get you into the palace, and you can come and Andrew will show you around kind of things. Charlie and William are distancing themselves from them both. Both as in Andrew and Fergie, or as in the Eugenie and Beatrice. Probably the whole lot. That's right. America supports UK, but not for long. Don't help your allies. What's next? Jasper, hello, mate. I didn't see you there. Is that your first message? And happy second birthday to the sheep the other day. Sorry, I was belated with the Andy's computer tube. Read-only memory. What was that? I need context for that. Was that the power management chips to communicate to get faster charging? Chip. Oh, the USB-C thing. Yeah, probably. Yeah, you start off doing USB-C is cold to begin with, and you have the device you're connecting has to provide an initial bit of power, if I understand the thing right. So USB-A, normal USB, is hot. It's always got the 5 volts sitting there waiting to be tapped into. USB-C is cold. Your device has to connect to it and give it the power so that it wakes up, and then there's a handshake and some settings and shit being passed around. Yeah. Tommy Tombstone says it's just business. The trafficking girls things, maybe. Don't think you're getting away with anything. Yanks don't need British help. They have aircraft carriers bigger than Britain. We built a fucking aircraft carrier and didn't have any planes to put on it. And isn't it our only operational aircraft? In fact, didn't it go out of operation straight away? Yeah. Ghislaine, yeah, pronounced Ghislaine. There's lots of, I've heard lots of different pronunciation. Hello, DFB. Hello, hello. I think that's me up to date with chat. I have, my arm's dead from fucking holding, because of it jumping about. I'm gonna go top chat, live chat, just to make sure nothing got stuck and I haven't missed anything. I'll scroll back a bit, just in case, because of the jumping about. I think I got everything though. It did take a while. Probably not going to go on too much longer, folks, because power management. I'm down to 12% on the eco flow. I have set a hard limit of. Now I've had a few problems in the past with this power management. I set it to disconnect and not power anything through USB-C and the 12 volt port and things. When it gets down, you can set a level and it's supposed to stop powering them, except for USB-A, which carries on. So it's supposed to stop giving off power, like to the AC, to the 220 volts or the 12 volts, and even the USB-C port. But in the past, when it's hit that threshold, it's turned off, and won't turn back on until it gets a fucking power input. Which is no good when you're trying to reserve like your last 10% so that you've got it for phones or tablets or whatever. You don't want it going off when it hits that threshold. It's supposed to just disconnect 12 volt and 220 volt. That's a bit annoying. So I've got it set for 5% at the minute and I'm currently on 12. I am powering the phone still. Let me look. Phone's on 80. That will get me about 5 hours of phone use with the screen on, 7 or 8 with the screen off. And the tablet, as I said earlier, is on about 80%. That'll get me 8 hours. So I've got enough power to just about scrape through till morning. With the current setup, this is the internet connection. And even if I'm using the tablet, the phone's still doing stuff, unless I take the SIM card out and move it across. I got this little power bank, which is it's my only functioning power bank. It's my power bank of last resort for if everything goes truly tits up. And it doesn't always hold the charge, I've discovered. Sometimes I top it up fully. Then when I come to use it a week or two later, we go straight from 4 lights to 1 flashing light. I probably should test this now. Shall we do this? I'll do it now live and show you. So we're on USB-C. Let me bring the cable across. This is supposedly fully charged. Before I plug it in, let me press the power button. 4. Do you see 4 lights? There are 4 lights. Jean-Luc, let me plug something in on the USB-C port. Okay, we still have 4 lights this time. In the past, I've plugged stuff in and straight away we had 1 flashing light. I think I'd stored it about a fortnight after charging it. And when I needed it, it kind of wasn't there. But that looks quite promising, doesn't it? That looks like I can actually keep going a little while, if necessary. I will unplug it again. I won't plug this back in. I will actually, I'm going to turn the EcoFlow off with 12%. Leave it on, and it's doing its Wi-Fi stuff, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth kind of connections as it does. It drains power roughly 1% every couple of hours. More if I leave the 12 volt port turned on, even when it's not giving power out to anything. Just the fact that the fact that circuit is kind of active. There's like a vampire drain. So I've knocked the EcoFlow off. The lights will have to just be as they are. In an emergency, I do have proper batteries elsewhere. Proper real batteries, not rechargeable. I run everything. This uses 3 AA rechargeables. I get about 2 days, 2 nights use out of them. The other one is direct. That just runs off USB-C with, I presume, with an inbuilt battery, and yeah, it will run out when necessary. I won't have any method to repower it unless I use the power bank that I've just misplaced. How do I do that? Did you watch me? What did I do with it? I had a power bank in my hand. The fuck? What? Oh, there it is. Fuck. Technically, I have this other power bank, but it weighs nothing and does not hold a charge for more than 2 minutes. So I don't class this as a functioning power bank. This one sometimes is. But I'm low on power, folks, so I'm going to call it quits soon, probably. We're on 2 hours 50, yeah? Coming up on midnight. I started at 9 tonight, my time. Coming up on midnight. Do you want me to try and make it to the 4-hour mark? Rather than just the 3, I can maybe go a little bit longer here. Thumbs ups would be appreciated, folks. I haven't really asked tonight. We've managed to get up to 16 without me begging, but always appreciated a thumbs up if you haven't already. Like, share, subscribe, do all the like if you like the video if you like the video, as Disparu says. You could even consider a donation. Maybe one day I could buy another power bank just in case this shit goes bad. I do have to buy a solar panel, which I'm going to take care of in the next week or 2, I think. I'll have to. Otherwise, when I'm making my notes, you know, I make notes every day in case I go back to doing the TrampCast proper. My notes consist of plugged the solar panel into the EcoFlow in the morning, moved the solar panel, checked whether the solar panel was actually giving any power to the EcoFlow, because I've still got that dodgy wire issue going on. Is that you, Tina? She's now down the other side of the fucking... You have turned 180 degrees, haven't you? You've gone from being up here with me to being down there away from me. Eh? You're awake. Let me see. Some of the people won't have seen you yet tonight. Let's for anyone who wasn't here earlier, I will reintroduce you to my girl. She was laying next to me. The last time I looked, she was here next to me, and now she's down there facing the other bloody way. Hey, I don't know how you do it without me noticing. I was telling people earlier that you were being quiet. Oh, you're wanting to go under the... Did you see that? She's trying to go under the covers. She wants to go underground, as we call it, which I will let her do now. I guess maybe she's just trying to get out of the light, or maybe it's just a comfort. I will oblige her. And that was Tina. She's gone now. That's my girl, awkward sod. There I go, trying to spotlight her, literally, I guess, and she dies under the covers. That's my girl. Do you get the sense it's kicking off for real? Hold on, aircraft carrier, three football fields, amazing. Is that the American one? I mean, they need to have some length, don't they? You've got to have planes take off and land. And they prefer not to do VTOL anymore. The vertical takeoff or landing, I guess, for the acronym. It's not an acronym. It's a formal word. It's an initialism. Is it? Anyway, yeah. DFB was watching some live streams about the war in Iran. It's frightening. Well, it's frightening what's been happening in Iran even before the last 48 hours or whatever it's been. The stuff with all the protests and tens of thousands of their own people being killed by their police, army, security forces, whatever you want to call them. That's all been pretty bad. God, I don't want to get political. Trump did say about 2 weeks ago that help was on the way, and I think people expected more imminent. That might have got people killed. He says we're going to take action, kind of thing, and then nothing happened for 2 or 3 weeks. Nothing direct. Lots of moving things into position, getting your ducks in a row, getting your aircraft carriers and support fleets, whatever you call them, your naval groups. I don't recall the words. I haven't got the words. I've also got my moustache in my mouth a bit too much. In need of a. I should be taking the hedge trimmers to it, but I've got Karen coming into the country in a week and a bit. I was leaving it to the professionals. No, the whole help is on the way thing, and then nothing, and then suddenly out of nowhere everything. And he took out their entire government. Yeah, I'm not sure whether it was Israel or America that actually killed all the leaders. Fucking stupid of them all to get in one place at the same time. When you've got the Americans threatening you. I guess Zoom calls or whatever weren't considered secure enough. Don't know. But there's going to be propaganda, there's going to be stuff. The Iranians admitting that their leader got killed. I'm not sure I believe. If I was him and there'd been a strike, let's say it's taken out most of the cabinet or whatever you want to call your leader group, your hunter or whatever the word is. If I was the leader, I wouldn't have attended that meeting in person. And if they all get wiped out, I'd be trumpeting, yeah, I'm dead. You know, I'd because it's all about, it's Sun Tzu and the art of war, isn't it? It's all about appearing weaker and you, in your strongest place you want to appear weak, and in your weakest place you want to appear strong. There's all that deception and whatever that goes on around. Good book, by the way, if you've never read it. The question early from Zami about good books that you've read. It's not one that I've read recently, but it is. It's quite a dark book in places. The one where he gets the emperor to cut off the heads of, is it a dozen or so of his wives? It might have been more, as an example to the others. It's like, fucking what? Okay, yeah. Now I'm not sure whether that's a true. I'm not sure whether that was a true story or whether it was apocryphal as an example, whether it was kind of figurative rather than literal. Who knows? But good book. Again, it's another one that you kind of dip in and out of rather than read. It's not really. It's not a novel. It's not. But yeah. Where was I before I went off on there? We were talking about war and whether that leader is really dead or whether he's saying he's dead. You know what I mean? I know that's gibberish, but if I was him and there'd been an attempt on my life and I'd survived, I would have waited a day and then had it put out that, yeah, I'm dead. And if you're dead, you get people to put out the tale that you're still alive, don't you? You don't. It's all about deception. It's all about deception. Yeah, deception covers it. Aircraft carrier, 3 football fields. Now, did I get back? I'm not sure I got back far enough. I did. Ghislaine pronounced Ghislaine. Yeah, that whole pronunciation of the name. Aircraft carrier, 3 football fields, amazing. You got to have some length. Fuck. Back to sex talk again. Not planes, you know. Even the short jump ramp, airstrip, whatever you want to call it. Like I said, because they don't vertical. A lot of well, not some planes can still do the vertical stuff, but it's inefficient. It's not a good way of using your fuel, and it also causes stress and stuff on maintenance. It increases the maintenance burden. Oscar, it's the sleeper cells that have invaded the West that's the real danger. I get where you're going there. The Invaders, a Quinn Martin production. Yeah. Yeah. Words, carrier strike group. Words are always good. Thank you, Aidan. Hello, hello. Carrier strike group. Those are good words for a group of boats. The support fleet that goes around an aircraft carrier. Carrier strike group. Good words. Good words. Nowadays, you wonder. I don't know about like drones, like the smaller ones that you would have. You'd probably want like a swarm of drones circling a group like that, wouldn't you? But I've no idea whether they do that or not. I don't know whether that's. I always remember Sequest DSV, if anybody's old enough. He had so you've got the main submarine, the Sequest, but it always had I think they called theirs whiskers. You had the remote drones. These were in the water going around the boat. Submarines are boats, yeah, rather than ships. They are referred to as boats. Not sure why. Is there a technical difference between a boat and a ship, or is it just a term that they decided on and is used by convention? That's the word I was struggling for a second ago. Is it just convention that you refer to a submarine as a boat? Don't know. Let's find out. Okay, you come here for the education, folks? At least that's what I tell myself. Oh, I'm still in this super power saving mode. Let me get that turned off momentarily. Long press there. Off. Turn. Okay, I got a. This is the annoying part. To put power saving back on, but without that ultra power saving. No, I did it wrong. You see, I told you I fucked this up. Long press on the power saving. Go in there to turn it off. Now it jumps out and restart, and I have to go back in because I want normal power saving mode on still. So I have to go into the settings but not turn it on. There we go. Turn off the maximum power saving option. Turn back on power saving. And now I should have normal use of my device. And what was I looking up? Why is a submarine? Okay. Why? I'm not going to type a full sentence. Why submarine boat, not ship? Submarine boat. Why is submarine called a boat? That'll do. Submarines are called boats primarily due to early 20th century naval tradition. So it is just convention then. There's no... As the first submarines were small enough to... Oh, okay. The first submarines were small enough to be carried on the decks of larger ships. I guess mini-subs and things still are. But that meant that they became called boat. The term persisted as a lasting traditional moniker, often used to foster camaraderie. Camaraderie. Learn to read, you idiot. So, okay, there is a reason, but the convention stuck. Now you know. You see? The other week we learnt the difference between a duty and a tax. This week we learn why a submarine is a boat. Ships have lifeboats or something like that. It is yet small enough. Ship is a surface fleet, boat is a sub. Aiden must have a naval background, I'm guessing. Possibly military. Words, carry strike group. Yeah, ships have lifeboats or something like that. Lifeboats are not named vessels of the fleet. Here we go, you see. Aiden has a definite naval bent. Let me see if I can't reach for a beer. I'm like this far. I had in the initial beer there was only like that much there, and I'm only this far. I haven't drunk a can of beer yet tonight, folks. Oh, since we went live. Oh, and now I've got the hiccups. That's no good. The hiccup verbiage. It's a joke. One of the spellings of hiccup. There are two accepted spellings of hiccup. One of them is literally hic cough. So I say it as it's written. Just to be a civilian but worked for the MOD. Okay, mate. Barrow in furnace, maybe. Possibly. It's one of the possibilities, isn't it? You don't have to say I'm just floating, pun intended, just floating that idea out there. Okay, folks, we are okay. I went over the 3 hours, so it looks like we're aiming at 4, and that will be my limit because of my power. No, not Barrow. Okay, I could play guessing games, and we could go around in circles. I'm not. I mean, we're going to go with the. No, I'm not going to go there. I'm not. We're not. We'll just leave it as nah. No. Wasn't Barrow. That would have been my submarine guess, but okay. There are plenty of other places, but I keep trying to scroll and there's nowhere else to go. Hence mothership. Yeah, I guess, yeah. A bit like with cities, isn't it? Metropolis comes from mother city. I've done that one to death in the past about Cartagena here in Carthage, just over the water. Tunisia, isn't it? Modern day, I think. Tunisia. Basically, it's the same name but in a different language. But a metropolis was the mother city. Mater from mother and polis means city. The word where we get police, politics, policy, all of the policies to do with how you run a city. The word politics, all of the poly words. Hold on, where are you going here? Cartaginensis? Don't know that one. Are you typing in a straight line? I don't know. I was going with Carthage and Cartagena, which is just down the coast here, just in Murcia. So it's the next. I'm in the Alicante province. The next, I guess, province over. But whereas Alicante province is part, there are 3 provinces that are part of Valenciana, Comunidad Valenciana. Murcia, I think, is just a one-off. It's its own. The province is its own. What do you call them? Independent territory or whatever they call them. Spanish politics. Not sure. Oscar's off. Got early start tomorrow. Bye, mate and Tina. Tina says woof. Good night, Oscar. Catch you later, mate. Okay, folks. I'm only going to do another 40 or 50 minutes because of my power situation. I've got no idea. I do have this little power bank, but I've got no idea how long this would last. I did, when I live stream, was that last week? Did I cook? What did I do? Oh, I can't remember. What was my last... I was outside live streaming. Was I just chatting or did I cook? And I ran it from this, and I think I got about 2 hours out of it. I'm not as panicked as I might otherwise be, except for the fact that tomorrow isn't scheduled to be a sunny day. Isn't forecast. Schedule's the wrong word. Tomorrow's not forecast to be a sunny day here in Torrevieja. In fact, when I first looked, there was scheduled to be there was forecast, predicted, whatever word you want to use. I've typed my pin in wrong. There was forecast to be like an hour or two that was cloud with a bit of sun, and the last time I looked, that had gone and everything was just cloud. Yeah, all day long is just solid cloud. Even worse, 20% chance of rain at times. That's no good. Not when you're running out of power on your devices and your EcoFlow is down to, were we on 12% when I turned it off? Yeah, that's brutal. And it's my own fault. I totally fucked up first thing this morning. That's why I was talking about Mr. Egg, Thailand, wasn't it? I remember now. See, when I watch this back tomorrow, I got lost. I lost my train of thought at one point, and I couldn't remember why I was talking about Mr. Egg in Thailand. I was watching his stream this morning. I turned the freezer on, the fridge freezer thing over here. Not bad for a tramp in a tent. I turned that on, and I forgot all about it for like 3 hours while I'm watching a live stream. And so my EcoFlow dropped from 50 or 60% down to 20 fucking 2. And I battled all day just to get some power into it. I don't think I got above 29. Charging devices and batteries and lights, we're now down to 12. Oh, it was Mr. Egg that mentioned me today, and that led me to your channel. Okay. Oh, that's very good. Yeah, he's a good bloke, Phil, Mr. Egg Thailand. Well, as he says, I'm a very interesting bloke. Now, I'm going to say he over exits. That pun was totally unintended, but I recognised it while I was halfway through saying it. He over eggs the build-up he gives me, and pun unintended but recognised while I was saying it. But yeah, he does give me the build-up. I'm not that interesting, really. Just a homeless guy in a tent, formerly just in a field, and before that in the park, for 3.5 years almost. Trapped, a Brit trapped abroad by circumstance. A combination of a bank saying that I'm not me and not letting me have my money until I set foot in said branch, in my actual branch in the UK. So that's one element, and the other element is a police thing here and them not letting me out of the country. And being caught betwixt and between. I can't solve the police thing till I get my money and get a proper real lawyer, because public defender. For anyone new, I was arrested for like a public order type offence for not providing ID when demanded, because I don't have ID, because the field got flooded and ID got ruined. So I got arrested for this public offence on private land. And I got appointed a solicitor, a lawyer, whatever word you want to use. America draws a distinction between those two words. Well, they use lawyer and attorney. One is someone who's qualified, as in passed the bar, and the other is one who's currently licensed to practice. So they have a distinction in these terms. But anyway, I got appointed one, and the bitch didn't talk to me. She went off and negotiated my sentence before asking me whether I was guilty or not. And she comes, and I'm trying to talk to her through the cell door, and I couldn't even reach the fucking viewing. I'm a short ass, I'm 5'8", maybe 5'9" at a push, and I could just see over, but I couldn't comfortably speak to her. And basically, she'd already decided what the sentence was going to be. And I said, but the arrest was false. Oh, we've already sorted it. And I'm like, no, we haven't. Don't get to actually stand in a courtroom and be told what the charge is and asked, how do you plead? On or about this date, you did this. It is alleged you did this. But how do you, contrary to section blah, blah. None of that. I'm in my cell. Well, at the courthouse. We've already marched from the fucking jail to the courthouse through the street. And this woman hasn't talked to me about what happened. She's gone off and negotiated like the plea bargain or whatever you might want to call it. And when this is our first interaction, this is the first time anyone's talked to me about the events. And I said, but the arrest was illegal. I was arrested for a public type offence, but like basically more or less in my own home. Like here, in and about the edge of my tent. So what you might call the curtilage. What lawyers would call the curtilage. But on private land, it's public offence. And she says, no, that's not what they say. When I said it was the arrest was wrong, I'm arrested on private land. So if you've ever watched, what's it called? The film about everyone being so dumb, Idiocracy. There's a literal scene there where the appointed defense lawyer, when the guy says, but no, that's not what the other guy says, talking about the other, like the prosecution. I literally had that happen. I tell my lawyer the arrest was wrong, and she says, no, that's not what they say. After she's negotiated the fact that I'm guilty and here's the fucking sentence. €500 fine or something, I don't know, I haven't paid a penny of it. Probably get arrested when I go to leave the country. But that's, my bank won't let me have my money. There's about £7,000 in the bank. But I can't get at it. So when you've got money and you can't get at it, you haven't got money. And my bank says the only way to get the money is to step foot in there with my passport and 3 other forms of ID, which I won't be able to have even if I get a passport. And these guys won't let me leave. And I was getting like a visit. They were here every week or two for the first 2 years. With an occasional arrest, because there was this court case and I never got told what the date or time of the court case. They had my email, they had my phone number, they knew my address, they knew my location. No communication. So I'd missed the court case, obviously, and you haven't told me about it. So I'd get arrested. And then I'd spend 24 hours in the cells, and then I'd get released. No extra charge for missing, no punishment for missing the court case, because there's no paperwork to say that I've been told of the court case. And this went on for like fucking forever. And I went to leave the country at one point, and it turns out there was a bench warrant because I'd not attended. All the shit. And after that, my passport gets ruined in a flood, and so now I have no ID. I got some papers from the court, kind of, but yeah, that could act as ID. They have my old passport number on. They're semi-official. They're not truly properly official, but yeah. So that's kind of my story in short. If anyone, especially anyone new who has popped over, especially after Mr. Egg's shout out on Mr. Egg Thailand. TrampCast space, like the actual space, not the word space. TrampCast space 001. It's the full story. It's all the details. 2.5 hours of glorious goodness. Me in my first ever live stream. My first ever live. It's not perfect. I do name myself properly. I give my real name in there 5 times, I think it was at the last count. So anyone, Delta Mike is my initials, DM, in the NATO phonetic alphabet, radio communication alphabet. I'm not really Mike, but I go by it to try not to divulge too many personal details. Family back home, you don't want everyone knowing that your ex-husband or whatever is a tramp. But yeah, I do name myself. Every time I talk to the dog, I'm like, "Come to daddy," real name, and this was back when Tina could fucking walk. Before I had to carry her back end everywhere. So again, for anyone new, my doggy got kicked by the police during one of these instances, and that's one possible reason for her progressing maladies. The other option is that she just has a degenerative disease, and it's to do with her not immune system, her well, I guess the nervous system. That's the word I was looking for. She basically, her back legs are becoming paralysed, and when I walk her, I have to put a belt under her waist, wrap it a couple of times around my arm, and off we go for the ablutions, the peeing and pooing. We have a doggy wheelchair nowadays for if we go off, but her front paws are starting to go. Sometimes they just give way under her, and so that's becoming less and less frequent that we actually go out with the wheelchair. The fact that I have to pick a 35-kilogram dog up and put her into a harness and get her back legs in position, and she's wriggling, and the fact that I have to walk her anyway firsthand so that she can do the peeing and pooing. If she does the peeing and pooing in the doggy wheelchair, it's going to make a right mess at the back. So my darling her body is failing from under her, and whether it was the police kicking her or whether it's a separate thing, I don't know. All I know is that the vet that we did get around here basically gave me a month's worth of painkillers. It was a kind of try it and see if that works, and if not, and we're not doing that. Not unless there's signs of pain, and so far there's no signs of any pain, so they can go screw themselves. How'd I get here? It was the police and Mr. Egg and all that, wasn't it? Yeah. So I was given a potted history. TrampCast 001 is the full story for anyone that needs it. Yeah. So that was Aidan. Aidan came via Mr. Egg. He is a good guy. I like Phil. I've got no, I doubt I will ever visit Thailand. I got no interest in go-go bars per se. I mean, I like pretty girls and all that, but strip clubs and similar or worse, not really my thing. But I just like the way the guy talks. I just like his style, his manner. He gives some information about Thailand and running businesses, but also he goes out and about. His walks and his scooter rides, bike rides, whatever you want to call them. It's interesting. I know nothing about Pattaya. Like I said, never been. I've never been to Thailand. I was kind of. I was in the vicinity once, but I was in a boxing ring and I got not knocked out, but knocked down a lot. Little kickboxers, they're yeah, Rome contested the peninsula by settling the northeast between here in Valencia and Catalonia. The Punic Wars, it was indeed, and I think he was the second or third Punic Wars. Was Matey Boy with the elephants? Somebody? Carthage, elephants. I love it when a plan comes together. Hannibal. Fuck yeah! It's there, folks. It's there. The A team got me there. Did you see that? So for any new, I have a kind of a memory problem. My brain just doesn't function the way it used to. And people always say, "Oh, it's old age, blah blah." I used to be really good in pub quizzes and watching Mastermind and TV shows. 15 to 1 was a great TV show for that kind of thing. Rapid fire questions. I used to amaze, like the little old lady next door. She called around a few times. She was actually she was a big sturdy girl, actually, not little old lady, but she was old, Anne. And if she was round and we sat having a brew, and then 15 to 1 comes on, and I'm just answering all the questions, and she, another time she was around, Mastermind was on, and she watched me answering a bunch of I was answering people's specialist knowledge questions and then the general knowledge questions. A week later, we get a telephone call from next door. I got one, and she called me to tell me an answer on Mastermind. Oh God, Anne, miss you, darling. She died quite a few years back now. We were in a terrace house, like a row house. I think Americans call them. And there's an alleyway, a ginnel, a snicket, a passageway between the two houses, between us and her next door. So you go through and then you branch off either into her garden or our yard. Not really gardens, but concrete yards. And God, I was working at Reebok and I was coming home on my bike. It was like, so we got out at 10, so it would be like 10:15, let's say, in the night, in the dark, no light in the passageway, and I come through to bring my bike through the passageway, through the alley, ginnel, snicket, whatever you want to call it, and she was looming large in the dark. I could just see, like in the moonlight, I just see this fucking shape, like big lass, like I say, but me and the wife always joked about Anne sneaking around up my back passage. There was another one. You know, segs, the metal things that you put in your shoes. So segs, SEGS, I think. After me and my girlfriend at the time first got together, and spent a lot of time in bed as you do in the early days. And we got the window open, and a friend calls around, and they're knocking, and we're like, shh, quiet, pretend we're not in. And she's like, they'll be in bed. They're always in bed, them two. She's shouting at the fucking top of her voice for the whole street to hear. They'll be in bed. They're always in bed. But then, in the same conversation, she said, they do nothing but sit around and lay about. I said, they'd get segs in their ass. And anal segs was always another joke. Segs in their ass. Anal segs. But not sex. Segs. And miss you, lass. So many memories, folks. So many memories from silly stuff like that. Public defenders only serve to aid the prosecution. This is true. I am of the same opinion, Tommy Tombstone. Yes. They're just part of the conveyor belt. Their job is just to push you through. They're not interested in getting in an acquittal, offering a real defense. So many, it's a generalization. I don't like to tar everyone with the same brush. which is actually a racist quote, I believe, going way back. But it's to do with tar and tar brushes. Let's not. Don't. Well, also tar and feathering, but that's again as a punishment applied to one group more than another. You get me a reputation, folks. You get me a reputation. I've already got the reputation. Ever since not liking Star Wars, I have become. I am labelled a far right Nazi, fascist, homophobic, transphobe, all of the phobes and ists, because I thought that Ray was a Mary Sue. Anyway, where was I? Back. Let's backtrack a bit. Tarring with a bush, tar and feathering. The prosecutions, but defense, all of that. Yeah, no. Too many of them are just, oh, the law says he has to have a defender. Here I am. Pay me. But no defense. That whole line of, that's not what they say. When I told her that the arrest, I wanted to put forward the argument that the arrest was illegal, no probable cause, on private land. Not, they believed the land was public, and they're wrong, and they now know it's private land, not public. I've twice now, when they've come along giving it the whole ID, and I said, can you do that on private land? And they leave. But they didn't back then. They'd arrest me, and the dog was running around loose, and they kicked her, and I saw them kick her twice, but then I was arrested and dragged off. But I was already arrested, but I was dragged off and taken to the cells, and the dog was left here. Who knows how many times she was kicked after I was taken away? So I think I've gone full circle. Have I managed to go back? Defenders, the police, all cops are same paymasters. Tommy Tombstone about them having the same paymasters. It's not just the same paymasters. The defence, the top in Spain, the prosecutor is in a police uniform. There's no independence between the police and the prosecution. But then the judge and that prosecutor, that senior policeman, well, they're in the same courtroom 4, 5, 6 hours a day, every day of the week. They undoubtedly go to Christmas parties and other events together. The prosecutor, the judge, and probably other lawyers and stuff they're at events. They know each other. They're working together like day in, day out. How are you getting a fair trial under that kind of circumstance? Why is the prosecutor a policeman in police uniform? We're in another country. I can't demand the independence that you would have with like the public, the what they call in the UK, public prosecutor, DPP, Department of Public Prosecutor, is it? You don't have that same. We're in another country that do things different. But Spain is a relatively young democracy as well, yeah? Somewhere around 1980, that it became a democracy again. They don't quite know how to do it. So that there are systemic things that are wrong, and that are wrong across a multitude of countries with public defenders and the like. But Spain also has its own quirks that are unique to itself, and span from that. Yeah, I don't know, folks. It's difficult, but police, the police, the prosecution, the judge, and the defence, they're all part of a process, and you do just get shuffled through it. How could my defence? Oh, sorry, I didn't do the do not disturb mode. How could my defence lawyer go off and negotiate like plea bargaining and what, without even talking to me? Nobody took a statement or asked me what happened. Nobody. I didn't sit in a courtroom at all. I was in the courthouse, and at one stage I was taken off into an office in the courtroom, not just this. Here's what they keep you in the cells at the police station place, the Guardia Civil, and they give you minimal food and water for a day or two, and then they walk you off through the streets down to the courthouse, and you sit in the cells there for 2 or 3 hours, and then you go from the basement where you are in the cell up 4 flights of fucking stairs in rapid succession, like almost running. So you're dehydrated, underfed. Maybe you've not been to the toilet often enough because of the circumstances. Again, the toilet to disgrace. It's the squat in a shower in a shower tray, with a slightly larger hole. You got all of that, but then they run you up 10 flights of stairs, but 5 floors, and sit you in an office, and lecture you, or talk to you, tell you what to want, and make you sign some papers that are in a foreign language that nobody translates for you, and then release you with your belongings in an envelope. And you've taken like your shoelaces and shit off, because the shoelaces and belts and ties or whatever you've got like that. There's no room for you to sit and put your shoes back on and put your laces back in your shoes. There's no changing area at the end of it. So you're walking out the building carrying this fucking envelope with your shoes undone. The whole, having not had a piss for 12 hours, while dehydrated, dizzy from running upstairs. The whole thing's a torture. The process is as much the punishment as the fucking sentence, the fine, the whatever it is that they do. And the defence are just not, they're non-present. Might as well not be there. Probably made it worse. I don't know. I'm ranting, folks. Exceptions would be the outliers, absolutely. It is March, today, March the 1st. Hannibal Aidan got there probably before me, although I can't tell. Mr. S, Mr. Sharafsha, hello, my friend. How long ago? That was 12:40. It's currently 44. Oh, I'm only 4 minutes behind, folks. He's waving to me, to Tina, to Tommy Tombstone, Andy and Aidan. Mr. S. Tom saying hello to Mr. S. The Sharafta thing just reminded me, when I was doing the cheers and stuff earlier, the Irish one that I couldn't remember, the Gaelic one, it's something like Shilanja? It's, somebody give me a Schlange. But the Mr. S, the Sharafta is kind of close, isn't it? But I know you say it's phonetic for baby giraffe, but I'm gonna go Irish cheers. Shirange, Irish cheers. Word. There we go. Slan. I don't know the pronunciation. Sláinte. Yeah, there. I told you it was like giraffe. I'm in the area. It's like when I guessed at the Chinese space station and I went Ching Chong. I didn't go Ching Chong, but I joked that it was like Ching Chong, and it was. Although I can't remember it now. I've got to look it up again now, haven't I? Otherwise, I'm just being racist and offensive. I'm doing all the words again, folks. You'll have me doing the ultimate one again if you're not careful. Let's type Chinese space station, and the word is Tiangong. I told you it was like Ching Chong. I wasn't being racist. Tiangong. I've got no way of remembering that because it's not a word. It's not what other than the one that I've just been saying. Ching Chong. King Kong. Tiangong. I need a memory hook, folks, otherwise I will never remember that shit. It's like when we had that storm in Britain. It's a couple of months ago now, isn't it? Hold on. Uh, my memory hook in the end, it took about 2 days. So you take cigarette and drop the C. So it was Garetto? Storm Garetto. Ding dong. That's Leslie Phillips. Ding dong. Tiangong. See, I'm not just being right. You need a memory hook. I can now remember Storm Garetto eventually, but I needed cigarette. I need cigarette to get there, and then to drop the C. Garetto. Because Garette, there's not even a. How's anyone in England supposed to remember that shit? It's not even a word. It's not a thing. And the same with Tiangong. If you haven't got a memory hook, if you haven't got a way of, if someone tells me that their name's Shirley, I can remember that because I know other people called Shirley. I can associate. But if you tell me Garetto, what the fuck? What does that even mean? But then, okay, I work out, and it's not really a mnemonic, but I work out a memory hook. Okay, cigarette minus the C and stick an O on the end, make it Italiano or whatever. Garetto. Yeah. So I wasn't being racist with my ching chong. It does sound like it though, doesn't it? It does sound like I'm being racist. It's a memory hook. It's I could have King Kong is as close, I guess, in a less racist way. All the words, folks. All I get called all the words, all the ists and phobes, and you know, I don't know. Heavenly Palace, Palace. Yeah, not just place. I'm not sure whether Heavenly Place is you misremembering or mistyping. Heavenly Palace, apparently. Yeah. I don't remember why we were. Oh, we were. I brought it up because I was talking again. I was mentioning about the space station falling out of the sky in 3 years, the International Space Station. When that falls out of the sky, will we still have a permanent presence in space? Which was, I think George Bush. I think someone said earlier that was the president at the time. There was like a quote about how from now on mankind will have a permanent presence in space, like permanent, forever permanent. And in 3 years' time, the Western world won't have a permanent presence in space. But then the Chinese, I remember that they'd got a station of their own. So we went there, and I did the same thing. I took a guess at what I had a half recollection of what the name was, and I don't think I started with Ching Chong. I think I started with something else similar first, but then more memorable. If you want like a mnemonic or a memory hook, it has to be memorable. So big or funny or you know the one about the order of the planets. My very excellent mum just sent us pizza or sent us nice pizza. Or silly old Hamish caught a haggis travelling over Aberdeen for the sine, cosine, tangent stuff. People have different. I made that Scottish one up. I don't know. I didn't like the one that was offered by the teacher at school that day, so I made my own up. You could go with whatever the normal one is. Silly old Harry did something, but you know, you do what you do. Memory hooks, folks. The bigger, the funnier, the sillier. Hold on. The Nazis had a permanent place in space since the 40s on the dark side of the moon. Iron Sky. Isn't that's the film? I think it's called Iron Sky. Yeah? Yeah? They did a sequel, and I don't know whether I've ever seen it. The Nazis were the first. I don't know whether you hear that late on in the conversation the other night. Earth's first thing into space was the Nazis with the V2 rocket, because of them being basically ICBMs, aren't they? Well, It wasn't between continents, but they do that whole parabolic up and into space and drop down, which is a hallmark of an ICBM. Is should I ask? I'm going to ask Google. Was the V2 technically an ICBM? It didn't actually go between different continents, but the principles. I need to know now that I've asked myself the question. What were V2s? Put an S on the end. ICBMs. Nobody else has asked this by the looks of things. No, not intercontinental ballistic missiles. They were the first long-range guided ballistic missile. Why are we saying it's not an ICBM? Because of the range and it not going deep between different continents. All right, but the range and purpose and the way that they went is although they're not an ICBM, the V2. So I was kind of, the question was valid, and I'd already said why it wasn't in a way, but it just confirms it. Tactical or short-range ballistic missile by modern standards, but only because it didn't go far enough. Hey, you know. Was a fun movie. Yeah, it was quite funny. I enjoyed it. Okay, where are we? I'm only going to do another quarter of an hour, folks, because of my power situation. Let me just check on the phone because it is unplugged. And phone's on 50%. Tablet on 78. And the EcoFlow was on 12, wasn't it? Yeah. Depends on what continent you want to reach. Yeah. I guess you could call it an... Hold on. Inter and intra. Intra is within, isn't it? You could call it an intracontinental ballistic missile. Oh, I guess that's redundant. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was up. I have the thought. I have to find the answer, don't I? But the V2s were the first artificial objects to make it into space from Earth by some modern standards of space. They have a line, don't they? And some draw it at, is it 50 miles or 50 kilometers? Or it might be 60 kilometers. Or is it 100 kilometers and 60 miles? Anyway, there's a line which they call space, and these things made it there by some of the definitions. Reaching Africa from Spain wouldn't be difficult. This is true. Yeah, continents don't have to be too far apart, do they? You don't have to be traveling halfway around the world to hit a different continent. Yeah, fair point. It is a fair point. Okay, folks, I am still on this, which is the first can that I opened on stream, and I'm still right up here with it. I'm really failing at this alcoholism thing. Actually, now that I think of it, I've still got half a cup of coffee. Really failing at this alcoholism thing. We're back to being tepid again. I've left it so long. Well, I knew that, didn't I? I made it 4 hours ago. It's not doing bad to be warm-ish still. Cheers. Yeah, I should have. Maybe I didn't say cheers to you guys. I should have. Cheers to everyone that did hit that thumbs up button. I thought we were on 17 earlier. I've lost somebody. Have I offended somebody with something? Was it a racial slur? Or was it homophobic? Why have I gone down from 17 to 16? Maybe somebody got excited and hit the button twice to. They forgot they'd already done it. Oh, Mr. S has been to his nephew's birthday party today. Kids' birthday parties are always fun. Was there jelly and ice cream, as well as cake? What did he get for his birthday? Anything nice? Do Dutch do anything different for birthdays other than the kind of what I would consider the normal kind of British stuff? I don't know. Do you do the, what do you call that? The bumps thing, the pulling hair a number of times based on age. Birthday parties. We used to do pass the parcel and stuff, but now the world went woke and everybody had to win a prize, and it all got silly. Yeah, birthday parties. I always remember birthday parties and Christmas parties. Mr. S doesn't really like those parties. So there wasn't a house full of screaming kids running around. All those small children. I like kids, but I couldn't eat a full one. Was always the joke. Yeah, when my nephews were running around. God, how old will they be now? I'm getting old, folks. My nephews will be 30. What year is this? 36. The oldest will be 36 any day now. 1990. Let me try and remember the dates. It's awkward because they were 10/9/98. Oh, what was that? The younger one was on the 10th of. God, these are consecutive months. Fuck. The 10th of. Is it April, May, and June? 9, 8. Was the 8? The 8 was my sister. The 8th of July. It goes like that. I had a way of remembering. So, the middle kid was born on the 10th of. I did just say it, didn't I? It's either March or April, and then the other one's on the 9th of the next month. I think April, May. It's April and May. 10th of April, 9th of May. My mum was the 9th of June. My sister was the 8th of July. And then the younger kid. Oh, God. Do I even know? I'm sure he was a 10. He was a 10 again. He was a 10. 10th of what, though? Oh, God, that's embarrassing. I'm doing this live on the world stage to a massive audience of 11 people. And I don't remember one of my nephew's exact birthday. Ah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. But the oldest one will be 36 this year. Is that right? 1990 to now. It is. Where's time going? Fucking Tempest Fugit or what? Fleas rather than flies. Time flies is the saying, but the original Latin is more of a flea. Fugit as in fugitive. Tempest Fugit. Time flees when you're having fun. It doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? But there you go. Time is slipping away. It always is. 1 second at a time. Unless you travel fast enough. Then which way does it go? Does it slow down or get faster? It slows down. As you go faster, time slows. For you, in your time frame, in your reference point. I believe that's the way, folks. Either travel fast or get some big gravity near you. Or is it less gravity? Oh, fuck. Science, physics. I can never remember that stuff. I can half remember it. But you get into all sorts of complications about reference points and reference frames and speed and gravity and energy and all the things. Because energy, mass, gravity are all interrelated, aren't they? But yeah, I nearly dozed off. Did I bore you that much? I do apologise, Andy. Although midnight your time, I think if you're in the UK, I think you're in the UK. I did know where, didn't I, for a while? Now I don't. Why do I not remember that? I'm sure you've told me. Only for the observer. Yeah, observer. But the observer can be the person travelling, can't it? Is it faster for him, slower for him, for other people watching the light, all of that? Now we'll start bouncing balls up and down on a train as it goes past, and sine waves, and what's that called when sounds change and light can do the same? There is a word. Why do I not know the word? You get redshift and all of that, but I'm trying to remember the what's it called for the sound? Doppler. Thank you. Fuck yeah. Of course it is. I knew that. I just couldn't. It doesn't work. See, it just doesn't fucking work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. Tramp in a field talking about fucking physics. Yeah. I don't know. Talking about it poorly, not remembering words because words elude me so often. Have you seen me? Have you seen me do the one where I can't remember the English and I only know the fucking Spanish for a word? That's I can't remember. I did one earlier today. I could not for the life of me remember. I did it the other day with broccoli. I couldn't remember broccoli. I was talking about cauliflower and I said, yeah, and the green one. Could not get the fucking word out. Closest I could get was green cauliflower. Fuck. I don't know, folks. Maybe I could get a diagnosis if I could actually see a doctor. They're just going to say old age, aren't they? I used to, like 10, 15 years ago, I think I've told you this, I used to worry about it being early onset Alzheimer's. Or maybe some other form of dementia. There's something not right, and it isn't just old age. The way I have to go in circles to get a word out sometimes. I did it before with Hannibal. I had to reference the fucking A-Team to remember the guy with the elephants. I mean, it's good to have a memory hook sometimes, but it's ridiculous that you need one for stuff that you know. I couldn't even remember the eight. I had to go with I love it when a plan comes together. I had to go in fucking steps. I do it all the time. The time I couldn't remember I think it was one of our live streams. We were talking about Kathy Jones, as I call her. You might know her as Catherine Zeta-Jones, but to me she's Kathy Jones Boyle. And I wanted to remember the name of the husband. And I was Streets of San Francisco, not Karl Malden, the other one. What the fuck are you doing, lad? Kathy Jones Boyle. Yeah. For anyone not British, the boyo is it's a joke about the Welsh. It's a phrase or a word that they will drop into things. I don't know if they actually do or if it's just comedy characters on TV. There was one on Selwyn Froggatt who if anyone remembers fucking Selwyn Froggatt from back in, that's got to be the 70s now, hasn't it? And I can never remember the actor's name. I remember him as Selwyn Froggatt. I'll get there eventually, maybe. I got Bill in my mind. Bill somebody or other. Oh, fuck. Selwyn Froggatt. Bill Maynard. Fuck, that's not bad. I got there in under 10 minutes. The light coming from the light does not travel at 199. I don't think you mean 199, do you? 99. It still amazes me that light travels. That light only travels at the speed of light in a vacuum, and vacuums are rare in nature. Even in space, it's never a perfect vacuum. They can almost freeze light now. If you put it through a glass block that's at if you take a glass block and get it down to close to absolute zero, you can slow light right down to like meters per second rather than what is it normally? 175,000 kilometers a second. 7 times around the Earth, isn't it? Equivalent in 1 second. So I'm going to go with 100 and oh, that'd be miles. 175,000, 250,000 kilometers. Oh, it's thousands of kilo always throws me right off. Why do we talk about thousands of kilometers? Why do we not talk about megameters or megameters? That's one that always. I've talked before about thousands of milliamp hours and these things, power banks, 10 or 20,000 milliamp hours. 20 amp hours, please, for fuck's sake. Can we all start just doing stuff properly? Let's assume that people can learn shit and use the proper units. Just because idiots can't get used to a full unit, a full amp hour instead of thousands of thousands of kilo. Thousands of milliohm. Standard SI units, please, and the quantities that go with them escalating in thousands. Preferably. Because it's going to get crazy. What happens when you're talking about 20 million milliamps or milliamp hours? It's just one of those ones that gets me every time. Mr. S, I can handle one or two kids, but not a bunch. I'm hoping you're not handling them in an Epstein way. Time is slipping away. Andy nearly dozed off. Probably all my fault. Mr. S, I don't know whether the pipe is that a pipe symbol? It looks like the pipe. Are we doing Linux commands? Are we piping commands from one? It's not just Linux, is it? Microsoft batch files, as they used to be called, DOS, and its subsequent. I don't remember what the new one was called. What was the one with the blue console? Wasn't Visual Basic, but it's something like that, isn't it? It's it's so long since I've properly used computers. Doppler effect. Okay, I almost caught up with myself there. I just cannot comprehend it. That's where you're wrong, assuming people can learn. I always like to assume that people can learn. I know PowerShell. That was indeed where I was going. It's power, not super. I was thinking super basic or something, but yeah, no. PowerShell. I was always a fan of the original batch files, .bat, and all of the weird. You still got them, haven't you? The weird abbreviations for specific folders with the percent either side, percent system, percent, and percent user, so that you didn't have to actually know, because you can change where some of these things are stored, and you don't want to hard code actual file paths, folder paths, whatever you want to call them. So you had certain shell built-in abbreviations. Yeah, all of that. Once you start messing with loops and piping shit from one place to another, one command to another, or from one program or batch file to another, and then you get The languages are initially they're interpreted, but you can compile them and make your own little programs, your own directly executables. And then they don't have to be within fixed folders. You can move them about once you've got actual executables. When you just type if you just type the name of a file you want to run, it has to be in system 32 shell. There are certain fixed folders that you can just run a program just by mentioning its name. Otherwise, you have to type the full file path to make it execute. All of that programming goodness from way back in the days, I've forgotten half of it now. I've forgotten more than I know. I got movement outside. I do have a few empty shopping bags now. They used to have water in, and maybe something just, the wind just picked up and then there was a noise. Probably that. Simplest explanation. Occam, and his shaver, razor. Strange name. Where's he from? Mr. Occam. OCCAM, maybe. Got no now. I am over my 4 hours. I will be calling it quits shortly, folks, just because of the power situation. I will hope to come back to you as soon as possible afterwards. I now need to know more about Mr. Occam and his razor. Occam's razor. It's not spelt like that, is it? It's not spelt like an actual shaver. I thought that was a... I thought it spelled different. Occam, okay, Occam's, yeah, I know what Occam's razor is. I want William of Occam. Fuck. 14th century philosopher. William of Occam. Where's Occam? Tell me about Occam. I need to know. William of. When you get a William of, I usually think Holland. But Occam Place. Okay, spelled different. Small village in Surrey, England, located near Woking and Guildford. Woking, that puts it just on the edge of London, yeah? Just on the outside? Oh, well, it says Surrey, so yeah. Occam, it's spelt different to the bloke. Ockham. What? Philosopher and theologian William of Occam. Is he the lord of it or something? When you get a name like that. Franciscan friar William of Occam, 1287 to 1347. Yeah, 60 years, he didn't do bad. A major figure in medieval logic and philosophy. Just off the A3 near the M25, so yeah, I mean, I'd technically call that London. But yeah, okay, whatever. Didn't know, it doesn't sound English to me, but there you go, folks. All right, folks, I am... we still only made 16 on the thumbs up. PowerShell was the last comment, was it? Unless my chat froze. I am low on power today for reasons explained earlier, right at the beginning of the stream, as well as once in the middle, I think. Let me just have a quick check where I am on that. 38% already. We're down to 38% on the phone. I'm probably going to take the SIM card out of there and put it in here and save myself the trouble of trying to charge two devices when I've got no power or little power. EcoFlow's down to 12. For anyone who doesn't know, I left my fridge freezer running this morning, and then we didn't get any sun all day. And I'm waiting for sun tomorrow, and there might not be any. It says 17 thumbs up on your phone. It did on mine for a while, then it backstepped. Backstep. 7 days. Good TV series, bit of sci-fi. How did it go? The American and Russian presidents and vice presidents were all killed in a terrorist attack. We're going to undo that event. And they time traveled back 7 days to undo that event. Brilliant concept. Got ruined when 9/11 happened. How could you have a TV series about time traveling back to stop an event when a bad event has just happened in the real world? I think that's the reason it got cancelled. The premise was undermined by reality. But as a dramatic opening, the presidents have just been killed. We're going to undo that event. Anyway, I am running low on power. I'm going to call it quits here, folks. I thank you all for being here. I am now showing 17 again on the thing. So whether the Ajax requests were just getting lost in transmission, I'm going to draw. I am finished. I'm out of here. She's under the covers. I can't disturb her. But I thank you for joining me. I've had an enjoyable little chat with you. Sorry if some of my diversions got lost. Sorry if some of my language offends someone somewhere at some point. Kind of happens. I use the words, all the words. But thank you, Andy, and Mr. S, everyone else. Karen just popped in. Good night. Karen just popped in to say good night. Okay, folks. From Tina, who I can't show you because she is buried under the covers, and from me before I run out of power. Good night. Delta Mike out, as we used to say.